80% of the time when she sees that ultrasound, she chooses life. Your $28 per month gift provides one of those ultrasounds. Just $28 to be the reason someone chooses life. Plus, Preborn shares the gospel message in every clinic they support, so your gift can help save a life and maybe even a soul. $28, one ultrasound, one heartbeat, one mom who realizes she's not alone. Go now to preborn.com/Ramsey. That's preborn.com/Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Hitting the road for Thanksgiving? It could be one of the busiest travel periods in more than a decade.
Julian Paredes, spokesperson for AAA, says it's best to get on the roads early in the morning the entire week of Thanksgiving because we should expect a record number of travelers.
Nationwide, about 82 million people are going to be traveling. Here in Arizona, about 1.7 million people are going on vacation. And the vast majority of people are going to be driving.
Paredes adds that apps like the AAA app can help you find the cheapest gas while you're on the road. Elizabeth Klein, KTAR News.
It's actually required that you do not follow illegal orders.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly's office confirming they have received an inquiry from the FBI over a video posted last week that urged members of the U.S. military to not follow illegal orders. Senator Kelly took part in that video, and in a new statement, his office again calls the investigation into it from the Pentagon an attempt to intimidate the lawmaker. President Trump had previously referred to the senator's statements in the video as a crime punishable by death. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will join KTAR this afternoon at 5:30 for her exclusive interview on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, and she'll be talking about the Pentagon investigating Senator Kelly over this video where he calls troops to defy illegal orders. You'll be able to watch that in-studio interview on KTAR's YouTube page. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has filed lawsuit number 31 against the Trump administration, now against the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development over changes to funding for local responses to homelessness. HUD is no longer prioritizing permanent housing and instead focusing on short-term housing and addiction programs. The lawsuit argues HUD made the changes illegally. The Maricopa Association of Governments had previously told KTAR the changes at HUD may lead to a 30% spike in Valley homelessness.
Eyes on Education.
The U.S. Department of Education is making some big changes, and those will have a ripple effect right here in Arizona. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live with how this could impact our state.
Yeah, Becky, in an announcement last week, the U.S. Department of Education said it would be shifting some of its programs to other federal departments, including moving Title I and English language grants to the Department of Labor and moving the Office of Indian Education to the Department of the Interior. State Superintendent Tom Horn tells the Mike Broomhead Show there will be some adjustments made.
One of the things that I got a lot of questions about was, could we handle special ed at the federal level? And the answer is yes. We monitor the schools. They monitor us. That's two agencies doing what one agency can do.
Horn added certain education civil rights responsibilities may have to be moved to the Attorney General or County Attorney's office. This is a step in the Trump administration's plan to shut down the Department of Education. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. Elections in Maricopa County held earlier this month saw an increase in the number of rejected ballots at nearly 6,000. County Board of Supervisors Chair Thomas Galvin tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's concerned the increase means legitimate voters aren't being counted.
What we want to do is make sure that everyone who votes, every valid voter, sees their vote count.
The increase in rejections came as the county recorder's office, ran by recorder Justin Heap, implemented a new system to verify signatures. Galvin says the county board is working with Heap to answer some questions about the change. More delayed economic data released today following the government shutdown. Retail sales were up 0.2% in September, below analyst expectations. ABC's Alexis Christoforous has more.
When you dig a little deeper into this September retail sales report, you see the things that we were not buying a lot of, and those were tariff-sensitive categories, things like electronics, clothing, even automobiles. That's also because I think a lot of folks rushed out to buy cars, especially those EVs over the summer before those rebates expired. Where did we boost our spending? Bars and restaurants and experiences. And time again, we're seeing that it's the higher income shoppers that are really saving the day here and driving sales higher.
Today on Wall Street, things were actually looking up quite a bit. The Dow rose 664 points. The S&P was up by 60, and the NASDAQ rose 153. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a crash I-10 eastbound right there in the downtown tunnel, and the delays start at 7th Avenue. In Surprise, another crash on the Loop 303 is eastbound at Greenway Road. Some major delays, I-17 both ways from the Stack Interchange to the Durango curve, and more delays from Northern as you head into downtown as well. And typical slowing, Loop 202 westbound right into downtown Phoenix along I-10. Traffic report brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust, your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your full estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com. Looking for a high today of 72, 77 on Wednesday, and a few clouds and 76 on Thanksgiving. Right now, it is 75 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Happy Thanksgiving week. We continue rolling on here. Our great Joe Huizinga is, I don't even know what he's doing, to be perfectly honest. We're getting texts today, and he's just futzing around. Why did he even take time off if he wants to talk with everybody at work all day long? I have no idea, but he did. And whenever Joe is gone, they say, who do you want to work with while Joe is gone? And my first answer is always Steve Goldstein, radio legend.
He says that to all of them, doesn't he? Says that to every guest host.
A little bit.
Now.
But
not that I don't appreciate it. Of course I do.
Radio legend guy. You get, 25 plus years experience here in the Valley?
Getting closer to 30. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Of course, you'll see Steve hosting, moderating a number of debates around political season stuff. Are you doing a lot of politics right now? Are you deep in the throes of politics?
Getting ready for it, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, we have to see all the candidates that are running, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, if you have any makeup tips when I do TV, I'd appreciate it, so thanks.
Oh, I can give you all kinds of makeup tips. Yeah. Makeup for the last segment, makeup for... the last show.
Where's the rim shot from Pablo?
Yeah, no, we don't worry about that. I sent you an article I ran across, and I thought it was really interesting. In fact, if I recall, it was sort of a lofty article, and when I read it, I thought this is right up Steve's alley because one, you're one of the smartest guys that I know, and two, it felt very elitist. It was one of those things that you read when you have time to read because you want to read things so that you know how smart you are. And so I sent Steve a message and I said, boy, do I have something right up your alley. It's long, self-important, and boring as all get out. It's got elitism written all over it, and I'd like to do it next week when you're here. This is what I sent you last week, if you'll recall. Wanted to send it to you early so you'd have a chance to put on your smoking jacket, head to your den packed with hardcover copies of Chaucer, Vonnegut, and your prized copy of Lord Jim, light up a pipe full of Peruvian source tobacco, sip your Pappy Van Winkle, and dive in. The story came from the New York Mag, so you already know. Oh, there it is. Yeah, boy, this is just elitist as all get out, isn't it? And it was all about the theory of dumb, why IQ scores are suddenly falling. I did think it was interesting, maybe a little bit long. It said our attention spans can't stick with today's news. That we get bored, that we don't read very much. And so I got a few paragraphs in, and I thought, I'll send this to Steve to finish. And so I'm relying on you to kind of cover the rest of this.
Okay. So, Chris, let's just,
start from the beginning?
Yeah. No, but I think I'm glad you sent it. And I think it's important to talk about this because I do think, boy, your audience is going to love this one. I do think there is I'm not going to say a war, but there is a battle on intellectualism, and that it's okay to not know everything, but it's also okay to try to learn what you don't know. And I think we're getting past that because I think, and some of it is just being on the street corner, some of it's in the bar, some of it's in the neighborhood, some of it's just being online, is our opinion is much more important than actually what is true. And it's hard to make yourself more intelligent when it's just your own opinion, because it's like, it doesn't mean your opinion's wrong. It just means part of the other thing is hearing someone else's opinion or learning where they learned it so you can learn it and then decide for yourself.
I think you made a really great point to start with when you talked about how it's a battle about intelligence. And even in my sarcastic email to you, it was almost like I was condescending about stereotypes of someone who might read something that would potentially make them smarter, right? Like, oh, you're spending a lot of time. Oh, you're doing the New York Times crossword puzzle, you loser. Right. It used
That's
to be
my entire Sunday.
It used to be a time that you would aspire to do that sort of thing. Like, wow, I would love to be able to do the Sunday Times crossword puzzle. And now it's like only losers do that. It almost feels like we've gotten to the point where the bullies of the 1980s in the John Hughes films have won.
Okay.
I mean, isn't that like, shut up, nerd, and I'm going to give you a wedgie. And if you're smart. And I felt like for a short period of time there, that was almost reversing. Like the jocks were no longer the big men on campus. Now it was like, hey, that kid's going to get a scholarship to Stanford. Oh, that is a really cool thing.
I'm going to take us down a totally unexpected road, and it's your show, so cut me off as fast as you need to. I was looking at some of the Epstein file stuff, and I was looking at some of the people who were cited in that.
Goldstein.
No! My thought was that, wow, a lot of these people you see on there who are, by all accounts, really successful.
Upstanding citizens.
Well, we thought, yeah. But people who are successful for their intellect, and yet, oh, wait a second. Here's this rich guy who can get me a date with women. Oh, they're not underage. Oh, no. But it's almost like I spent all this time going to grad school and not that attractive, but hey. And that's where it's almost like there's a feeling that being intellectual is, unless it leads you to making a fortune, it is really not valued because your John Hughes example, I think, leads me to that.
Not to go too far off on the road that you started us on here, but isn't it odd, though, that when you read the Epstein files, it is incredibly wealthy people. And I thought, how much money do you have to have before you become a pedophile? Is it $100 million that now I'm attracted to people who are under 18? Is it $200 million? Is it when I start my own tech company that now I'm interested in high schoolers, or what? At what point?
How much money do you have to decide that it's just not worth the effort anymore? I see it more like that.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Like, oh, you know what? I used to actually have to
talk to
socialize and talk to
right.
people. Now I don't really need to do that.
Yeah, that's a great point. So, according to the story, our source material here, between 2006 and 2018, there's a data set of nearly 400,000 IQ tests that showed declines in three major categories of the IQ test. Now, keep that in mind, too. And they say matrix reasoning, letter and number series, which is basically pattern recognition, and then verbal reasoning. Why this is remarkable is not just because there seems to be a decline in IQ since the early 2000s, but because there was another effect that went on throughout the entire 20th century. And that is that they observed that the average IQ was increasing about 3 points every decade. Now, compound that over the course of 10 decades, and you've got a 30-point average increase in IQ. Mm-hmm. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
I mean, when your average goes from being basically Forrest Gump to, your neighbor Bill now, right? Just regular guy that we think of, like, that's pretty remarkable, a leap. And now we seem to be regressing a little bit. And then, of course, it's up to us to try to figure out why. Now, according to the article, some of the things that we do is we don't necessarily take a look at the source information and then develop our own opinions. Sometimes we regurgitate opinions that we read from someone else. It's almost like a Xerox machine, a copy of a copy. So my opinion of your opinion and your opinion of my opinion and so on and so forth. And that's exactly what we're going to do in our Why today. It is why are we smarter than ever, but somehow dumber? That is next on the Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:13. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has located the body of a victim who was lost in floodwaters this weekend amid the flooding north of New River off I-17. While authorities have not identified the deceased, on Sunday, the Sheriff's Office responded to 911 calls of vehicles swept away in floodwaters in that area. Multiple people were rescued, but one adult male was not. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Today, 72 should be our high temperature with nice clear skies, 51 overnight, 77 by tomorrow. And right now in Glendale, it's 69 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
A shout out to our friends in Gilbert. Can't thank you enough for being a part of the show in Gilbert. Our Gilbertians checking in. Also streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel, where you will see Steve Goldstein's prettiest of all faces. Steve, article from the New York Magazine talked about how we are getting dumber, specifically that we saw IQ averages rise throughout the 20th century. We hit the early 2000s, and all of a sudden we're seeing sort of a reverse. And the idea is here to try to explain why that is. A couple of caveats that I need to add into this. First of all, IQ tests are, as my history professor used to say, IQ tests are measurements of one's IQ. It is nothing else. So what is an intelligence quotient? Hard to define, and actually they change the parameters year after year after year in order to try to refine it even further down. So first things first, got to be a little bit careful with what we're weighing. Second is they didn't decline in all areas. We actually saw an increase in understanding of spatial reasoning. And if you think of spatial reasoning, think of rotating 3D objects. So like a 3D printer, and you're going to spin it around, and a lot of our apps will do that for us now. I mean, I can look at a sofa on Amazon, and I can put it in my room and rotate it to see how it fits all on my phone, right? Yep. And we have a better comprehension of that now than what we have in the past. One other thing. The study sample size was not people sitting down doing SAT scores. It was people finding an online IQ test, right? So there's 400,000 samples, which is pretty remarkable, but how controlled are those samples? And what was the environment the samples were taken in, and all of these other variables that could weigh into it.
And such a variety of categories, because it's not just 400,000 15-year-olds, it's 400,000 across the scope, right?
Yes, which actually would lend credence to the notion of an average IQ versus this particular demographic. But I just wanted to get those out there as we carry on here, because it's not as though we're all just walking like mummies into walls.
Well, we are, because we're always looking at our phones.
So that may be one of the reasons. I mean, that's kind of that seems like the most obvious thing, is that the phone. But what is it about the phone that makes us dumber?
Well, how many things do we not blame on social media, Chris, when it comes down to it? Seems
like that's a good question.
Everything that's gone down the tubes or has gotten any worse, it's social media. And to me, when it comes to this IQ, or if we're just talking deeper intellectualism, it does make some sense from the standpoint that people can be less socialized. You can, even if it's not great for you, you can sit somewhere and be online or be on your phone all the time, which is not always a great thing. But it also compounds the fact, you used a great example there. I mean, I would have used it as someone who's slightly older than you. I would have used the old telephone game where, I heard it this way, and then it blah, blah, blah. My opinion got sort of changed a little bit. So maybe the first person who had the opinion sort of backed up some intellect to it. Then it became like, I'm going to take out the most fiery thing I have in there, and that's going to be the opinion. I do think there's a lot to this, though, where I'm looking at my phone. I don't have a lot of time. I'm looking at X. I'm looking at something else. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram, and I'm checking out people that think like me. And then I'm not getting anywhere with it. I'm not getting anywhere with it. And I don't really necessarily want to listen to someone who I don't agree with. And also, reading books takes time. If you speed read a book,
what'd you get out of it?
Yeah, you're not getting anything out of it. So it takes a while to do these things. And we're in a faster and faster culture where we have to get as much information as we possibly can. I was driving by someone sitting, a person was on a break from work, and the person had the phone right here and was staring at it. I just imagine it could have been cat videos, could have been something else, but there's no building of the brain at that point. So your spatial recognition thing is interesting, because that's one of the few things I think could be improved by looking at your phone.
Yeah.
So
or playing video games.
Exactly. It makes sense.
What the study had pointed out, that's essential for games like Fortnite, to be able to spin the screen around. You did say something about us being less socialized, and I guess I would want to expound on that. Say, are we less socialized, or are we differently socialized? And the example is, my son has basically one friend that he hangs out with, and he does periodically. They work out, they go on hikes, this kind of stuff. This is just his buddy, right? They meet up 3-4 times a week, just hang out for a few hours, go do their thing. He must have a dozen of friends online, right? So it's a different socializing than what you and I are accustomed to.
Well, for you, I'm just going to use you as an example. When you have done radio remotely, and I even mean like, let's say last time I co-hosted with you. You may
So you mean when I'm doing a show in a different market?
Right.
Okay,
Exactly.
yeah.
And you may have been traveling or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to assume for folks who don't know, so, especially in the pandemic, people started doing things from their home. So you could do a radio show from your house.
Yeah.
So how different is it when you're in your office, hanging out, chatting with people, a producer comes in and talks to you, a reporter comes in, or you're talking to Pablo or something, and then the difference is, maybe you'll see your wife, and then you're in your office, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of it in that sense. It's not that you don't communicate with people. It's not that you're not kind of getting a feel for it, but you're not forced to be as human. And so then sort of react quickly to what this person is saying or body language and this sort of thing. Sitting by yourself in your office, like your son, one friend he hangs out with, you have to act differently around people that you're in person with. So I think that affects how your brain.
Is your hypothesis here that, boy, that was a big word. Is your hypothesis?
It's better than hypotenuse.
How about this?
Yeah.
So what you're saying then, Steve, is it that we're not getting the reps? We're not practicing these different aspects, the socialization, the other sectors, the other whatever it is, quadrants of the IQ test that we see the major categories: matrix reasoning, the pattern recognition, verbal reasoning. It feels like that's something that socialization would really
all
enhance.
of these things affect how your brain works, and your brain. That's why using reps is a great example. Your brain needs reps, whatever it is. It doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to get a much higher IQ score, but it just means that you're sort of forced to understand what's going on around you. I think more often. You can act however you want. Some people then act and they get more nervous or they're more comfortable with it, whatever it may be. And I'm really curious about the years for the article. It was 2006 to 2018, right?
Yeah.
That's pre-pandemic. Think about how much worse it's gotten because of the pandemic. I think that compounds some of the things we're talking about because it put people in a real unknown category. I'm worried about getting sick. Wait a second. Should I should I take ivermectin or what should I do? And all this stuff's sort of being tossed at us. And there isn't, forgive me for just rambling way too much, but there's one that comes down.
That's why I invited you.
So I'm a long-time, big surprise, I'm a long-time fan of newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
So for the Arizona Republic, for example, which, no offense to Arizona Republic, is not worth reading anymore. But, there are some articles online, but as far as the actual paper, but that used to be kind of the universal place that everyone in the city would read it.
That was the starting point.
Yeah. You might hate what the editorials say, you might think this is a rag, whatever, but all the information was there, and we all sort of got it from the same place. I think the distribution of information, because I think it's actually pretty cool in a lot of ways, but it also means that we have higher expectations of us as humans, and I don't think our brains are catching up yet.
I think that's a really good point that you make, too. According to the article, they said environmental factors could include anything. Environmental factors, they say, are the biggest things. Could include anything from changes in education, nutrition, and I think that plays a role. The older I get, the more I'm feeling like nutrition is playing a much larger role than I ever gave it credit for. Family structure, economic pressures, and a cocktail of potentially brain-damaging exposures, including microplastics, antidepressants, wildfire smoke. That one hits home, doesn't it? In 2025, the consensus is the factor, however, to blame is that thing in our pockets, which is what you brought up. They do point this out, though. It's not as though before the release of the iPhone, we were all sitting around doing recreational calculus or working our way through Finnegan's Wake. Maybe you were, but most of us weren't. If you dig into the poll that talks about the declining number of people who are reading for pleasure, it was fewer than a third of us that were doing it before anyway. So if that's dropped by 25%, how much has it really fallen off? It's only at 22% or something now, right? I mean, it's not like it's a lot.
But recreational reading doesn't have to be Finnegan's Wake. It could be Sports Illustrated. Like when I was a kid, I used to love Sports Illustrated. A lot of sports fans are not necessarily going, hey, oh my God, what's my IQ? But they have interesting stories. You could have read People magazine, which 20 years ago actually had articles. Now it just basically has pictures of stars. That's recreational reading, too. It doesn't just have to be...
That's a brain reset.
Yeah, I'm not doing fan fiction of Ulysses or something like that. It's like, there's something else to this.
I would read it if you did it. And this is to the point that you were just talking about the flood of information from a number of different sources. And, of course, that is probably the biggest change in the media landscape, I would say even ever. Okay. And that is that not so long ago, the dolts among us were free to think their thoughts quietly to themselves with no easy way to share them. At worst, a person would usually just embarrass himself in front of his own family or bowling team. Bad ideas had a harder time scaling and reproducing, so lots of stupidity stayed local. Now, And again, you would get your source material, and maybe you were adult, but you were reading that source material. Now it's so that dolt is now making a podcast, and now that podcast is being picked up and turned into a vlog, and then that vlog is being passed along on a TikTok with a dance, catchy, and then that is being regurgitated again, and the original source material has completely been bastardized, and there's nothing of depth left. But boy, is it catchy. I mean, it really, and that's why it ends up going viral, right? Is because it's catchy, it evokes an emotional response, maybe it triggers our fight or flight, which, of course, anytime you got a fight or flight, now I got to warn all my friends. My goodness. Yeah. There's a threat, and we become dogs barking at a car passing by just because I have to, row, row, row. Now everybody's row, 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 and nobody goes, hey, it's a car, dummy. Yeah. Right? But we're all just barking at cars.
Well, I don't know. Do you think
my metaphor got really confusing at the end?
Yeah, but do you think social media has upped the FOMO quotient too? It's like because we could probably miss a lot of things in the past. It'd be okay. I'd catch up a day or two later.
Yeah.
But now it's like, wait a second. I just saw this. Why did that person have it first? I'll express my opinion on this.
Woof, woof, woof.
Right. That's
yeah.
It. Yeah.
Right.
Bring it back to your metaphor. Yeah.
Boy, that's a really great point.
Yeah.
FOMO, the fear of missing out. I got nothing else on that.
Fear of Meryl out. No,
that's good.
Yeah. That's how Joe feels today.
He's Merrilling out. Hey, you keep hearing that American kids are falling apart, but nobody wants to talk about the place where it actually all starts. Your child's stress may not begin in their brain. It may start in the very place that you expect for them to be getting their stuff together. That's next in the Chris and Joe Show. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get a list of the items to donate and where to drop them off for UMOM. If you can give, we need you. Now, Outspoken for Families in Need, benefiting UMOM. Text CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Eggland's Best. The only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste. Plus superior nutrition. Available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Celebrate the holiday season with Howard Air and Plumbing with Black Friday happening all month long. For limited time, save up to $6,900 in combined rebates and tax credits on brand new systems from Trane. Get 0% financing on approved credit. Also, keep your system running strong this season with a heating and cooling system service, now only $99 when you mention Gatos. 602-953-2766. Schedule online at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 2:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
The U.S. Department of Education is taking steps towards shutting down, moving multiple programs to other federal departments. State Superintendent Tom Horn tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's in favor of giving educational control to the states, which places more responsibility on local school boards.
If parents are unhappy with the way money's being spent, they have to elect a different school board. And in fact, we have too many that are not academically oriented.
Title I, the Office of Indian Education, and English Language Grants will all be shifted to other departments. If you'd like to read more education solutions stories, go to KTAR.com/education. 46-year-old Travis Turner, a Virginia high school football coach, went from a missing person to a fugitive. Here's ABC's Mola Lenge with details.
Police obtaining 10 warrants for his arrest on Monday, including 5 counts of possession of child pornography, 5 counts of using a computer to solicit a minor. Police still actively searching for Turner. Now, in addition to being the coach of Union High School's undefeated football team, Turner is also a PE teacher at the school.
The Phoenix Rescue Mission and the Arizona Cardinals Feed the Hungry event fed more than 150 women and children for Thanksgiving week. Our TV partners at ABC 15 spoke to Ken Brissa with Phoenix Rescue Mission on the early celebration.
When the players come and just shower them with attention and with love, it means so much to them.
Volunteers were joined by a dozen Arizona Cardinals to help feed those in need. Well, today, President Trump continued the White House tradition of pardoning turkeys in the lead up to Thanksgiving. This year, it was Waddle and Gobble who were spared from the dinner table. And here's the president as he gave that holiday pardon today.
I just want to tell you this very important. You are hereby unconditionally pardoned.
While the tradition goes back to the Lincoln era of U.S. history, the first official turkey pardon was granted by President George H.W. Bush in 1989. Checking on traffic now, let's go to Enrique Garcia, who is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Goodyear, we have debris spotted on the right-hand shoulder on Loop 303 northbound near Camelback Road. Chandler with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Chandler Boulevard. Mesa with a crash blocking the right lane. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Stapley Drive. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, low temp around 51 degrees. Tomorrow's high 77. Thanksgiving, partly cloudy and 76. And right now it is 69 degrees in Cave Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and we've got an outspoken exclusive. Governor Katie Hobbs joins us at 5:30. What does she think about the Pentagon trying to court-martial Senator Mark Kelly? Governor Hobbs, 5:30 today.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Chris Merrill, Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel, where you get to see Steve's prettiest of all faces. And a face that I've seen many times on the television. Does that ever make you nervous when you're moderating debates and you know you have to open it up and everybody's going to be watching you?
No, I don't worry about the television. I don't worry about the television part. I worry about what I say. The television part is, you know how.
Yeah.
You know what it's like to be.
I don't. I don't know what it's like to be pretty.
You know how people judge your looks and like Pablo does to you. You know that kind of.
He does.
Yeah, and
I like the way he's like.
Pablo says
he's like.
Pablo goes. I understand why you don't want to smile.
Yeah. I look good. I don't worry about that. What are you talking about?
That's what he does. He just
handsome.
He knows.
It's fortunate I have terrible eyesight, so I can't tell whether I look good or not. So there you go.
Pablo says, Chris, are you sure you want to go on TV? It's probably not good for TV. Wow.
Just don't smile.
Just don't smile. Hey, join Mike Broomhead for KTAR and KTAR. Yeah, whatever. On Saturday the 6th, it's our annual Red and Blue at the Zoo Police and Fire First Responder Appreciation Day. The first 1,000 police and fire first responders to present their ID are going to receive free admission for themselves and 3 guests at the Wildlife World Zoo, Aquarium, and Safari Park in the West Valley. Children are unwell, my friend. Now, we just talked about declining IQs, and we talked a little bit about how social media or the devices in front of them, not necessarily because of the technology, but because it alters the information coming to them and the rapidity in which it does, and whether or not the source material is worthwhile, which is kind of making us dumber. It's not just the act of scrolling that's making us dumber. Yeah. It's what we're seeing when we scroll, okay? I think that's part of the conclusion that we came to. Yeah. We're also finding out that there may be other environmental factors, such as medications, microplastics, nutrition, ultra-processed foods, this sort of stuff. And I kind of wonder, I've heard people talk about this before. My wife is in this camp. I don't need to speak for her, but I'm going to. She feels like everyone's being medicated way too much right now. That everyone's on antidepressants. Not everybody needs to be on all these drugs. That's not necessary. I mean, she's more of a fan of things like talk therapy than she is drugs. Not to say drugs aren't necessary in the right place. She's just concerned about, we have a family member who was on something and then was taking something else for the side effects and then taking something else, and it really kind of spiraled out of control, and they weren't getting the right measurement, the right dosage, and it became a problem. Kind of put this family member into some psychosis more than once, and my wife was convinced that the drugs were partly to blame for that. I kind of wonder about the diagnoses. Diagnosis of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is a rite of passage nowadays. Oh, the kids these days. Nearly 1 in 4 17-year-old boys has been diagnosed with ADHD. And those numbers continue to go up. The numbers on autism is now 1 in 31 diagnosed with autism. In the 1980s, we had one kid in my class that had autism. I think there was one kid in the whole school that had autism. They said in the 1980s it was 1 in 2,500 children diagnosed with autism. Now it's 1 in 31. Wow. I'm not saying that they're not on the spectrum. That's not fair. I think we all know some people. We go, oh, I suspect that person's probably on the spectrum. Yeah. They just haven't been diagnosed, and I think that was probably happening in the 80s when you and I were younger. Probably a lot of kids on the spectrum just weren't diagnosed. Yeah, a little bit different today. But I am a little bit concerned that now that feels almost like a badge of honor. Like, well, I'm on the spectrum. My son's 30. He says to me, he goes, well, Dad, this is my wife, and he goes, well, you now officially have a child on the spectrum. And we went, what? He says, yeah, I've been diagnosed. And we went, how so? He goes, I have ADHD. And I go, oh, okay, wait a minute. First of all, we're not like excited that we have a child on the spectrum. It's like, we wouldn't be ashamed, but it's not like, yeah, we made it. You know, it's a weird hot take, right? But also, he does have some issues with paying attention. I have no doubt that he's on the spectrum. But it almost became like a, woo, what a relief. Well, is that a little odd?
Did you want him to learn on his own? Just make sure, hey, listen, even if it's 30, we want you to realize it for yourself.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was all our fault. Right? We didn't get him diagnosed earlier. No, I mean, he was a very average all-American boy who did his, and had trouble focusing. I had trouble focusing. There were girls around, or I wanted to watch football, or I didn't want to focus on my schoolwork. And if 17-year-old me could see 47-year-old me and see how much time I spend studying every day on the crap that we're doing, right? And then doing breakdowns and taking notes and all these things that I absolutely hated when I was 17. Yeah. I won't wing it. I won't wing a show. When I was 17, I was winging homework 5 minutes before class started. I was like, I better do my history homework. Yeah, I think George Washington was probably shot in Ford's Theater. Good enough, right? That was me. But I was pretty smart and I could get away with it.
Yeah.
And now I just study. I'm just constantly reading and studying and note-taking and trying to process these things. 17-year-old me would hate 47-year-old me.
Your 17-year-old point is so great.
But did I have ADHD? Did I fall off the spectrum?
I don't think you did. I think there's a difference, though, if we talk about the spectrum as a whole. I mean, the autism numbers were alarming.
Yeah.
But the 1 out of 4 ADHD almost sounds absurd, because if you're talking about 17-year-old boys, it could almost be 3.5 out of 4 because of
like if they don't have all those
changes,
yes,
or not having any idea what it's going to be like to get out of high school or whatever. You're constantly
yes,
right. I mean, so that's the 17-year-old part of it makes it a little bit harder for me to figure out.
I prefer to call it multitasking. I was good at multitasking. It wasn't that I had attention deficit. It was actually I was superior because I was able to multitask.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to. Obviously, people are extra concerned about autism being on the spectrum these days. As more information is available, but then more information is distorted to some extent.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make a lot of sense that there would be generational changes to that extent, and so. I'm just trying to get through
from
this.
A brain development standpoint.
Sure, because there are cultural shifts, there are technological shifts, but one would think there would be a manageable ratio as it changes. You wouldn't go from
1 in 2,500 to 1 in 30.
Even though that's been a few decades, it wouldn't make any sense for it to be that dramatic, unless, in addition to having more knowledge, there is not more incentive to diagnose it. I don't mean that, but there is. If people just aren't, well, what's going on with my child? What's going on? Oh, well, it could be this and might be on the spectrum, possibly, sort of. But I don't know what, again, I don't know what incentive there would be to not have accurate numbers on this, right? What difference would it make to people and why would it be a good trend? Why would you want that to happen? When you hear about kids in school talking about, well, my friend thinks he or she's trans and I think I might be too. It's like, well, what evidence do you have? And that's another one there's momentum building for it. I can't say I understand it.
I think maybe there's this other thing too where I don't remember anybody talking about a spectrum when I was growing up. It was like you were diagnosed with. We had we had a kid in school. He had ADHD, ADD at the time, right?
Yeah,
and he took Ritalin. And he had to go to the office, take his Ritalin every day, that kind of thing. But I don't remember anybody talking about a spectrum. I feel like that is a more recent development, and by recent I mean the last 50 years.
Well, that certainly broadens it.
Yeah. And now all of a sudden, maybe there's a better recognition by clinicians, right, of somebody who maybe isn't what we pictured in the past as having autism or ADHD, and maybe we weren't putting ADHD on the autism spectrum in the past. So maybe the diagnosis is more accurate now, right? Because we're recognizing that there are
more
different
accurate,
levels,
but also so much broader because of a spectrum.
Yeah.
So what are you looking for? And as we learn more about autism,
well, I'm just concerned about medicating all of it.
Well, yeah, I totally agree with you. I wouldn't be big on. I mean, I don't even use caffeine, Chris. I mean, to me, I'm like more pills. No, I don't think so, because it's one of those where there's just that. I mean, I'm a wacko, but there's a concern about like what anything could possibly do to my brain that makes it so I'm not quite where I need to be. And I think there's a.
You sound like RFK Jr.
Maha.
Maha? 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 Okay, all right.
I've not killed a bear this week.
Not yet?
No.
Okay.
I've eaten one.
Give it time. Your brain drain has you thinking you need therapy for a life overhaul. There is one simple trick that seems so easy, but it's proving to be next to impossible to reset your head. For the people that need it the most, this hack is proving to be the hardest. What that is and how to do it next. The Chris and Joe Show. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thanksgiving is right around the corner. You have people bringing their politics into the Thanksgiving meal. Hey, how about Trump? You're not gonna take that from him, are you? Have you ever had to disinvite somebody seriously?
No.
Okay, well that's good.
There are some people I wish would talk politics, so I could disinvite them though.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons.
Here we go.
Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price.
So you're thankful for refrigerant laws?
I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's Too Good to Toss sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines, he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Gleason Roofing. Do you need roof work? This is Jim Sharp, and you've got good timing because Gleason Roofing's holding a huge sale on their excess inventory of high-quality shingles while supplies last. So if you lost shingles during the monsoon, or if you don't know if you've got damage, go to GleasonRoofing.com for a free roof inspection and get a steep discount on shingles from Gleason Roofing, the company that repaired my roof. GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
KTAR News Flash.
2:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
It's actually required that you do not follow illegal orders.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly's office confirms they've received an inquiry from the FBI over a video posted last week that urged members of the U.S. military to not follow illegal orders. Senator Kelly took part in that video, and in a new statement, his office again calls this investigation into it from the Pentagon an attempt to intimidate the lawmaker. President Trump had previously referred to the senator's statements in the video as a crime punishable by death. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're looking for an overnight low of 51 after a high today of 72, and tomorrow the high getting up to 77. It is 72 right now in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Happy holidays to all our Arizona families. To every family who chose Dolphin Pools this year, thank you for trusting us to bring your dream backyard to life. For over 42 years, we've built more than 12,000 pools across the valley, earning hundreds of 5-star reviews. We don't cut corners, and we deliver affordable luxury with the very best materials and skilled craftsmanship. Take advantage of 2025 pricing now and make your backyard memories next summer. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com. Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get to grandma's on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more. Did St. Mary's Food Bank meet its goal? Did you help them get there? We get the update on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10:30.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel, where you're going to see Steve Goldstein's pretty face. He is in for Joe today. This holiday season, please join KTAR News in making a difference. Our Outspoken for Families in Need collection drive helps you, Mom. That's an organization supporting Arizona families facing tough times. Easy to help out, too. Whip out that cell phone, the thing that Steve kept telling you was making you dumber. In this case, it's actually going to make you kinder. Text CARE to 620-620 for a list of much-needed items. We are asking for new items only, Steve. New items only. Text CARE to 620-620 for a list of Walgreens drop-off locations near you, and we thank you in advance for all of your generosity. Thank you so much. Steve Goldstein, I wanted to bring this one to your attention, too, as we've been talking about intellect and how we changed the direction because IQ scores have begun falling here over the last 20 years. And they have been rising throughout the 20th century. Now they've been falling off. New study is finding that there is a mental health benefit to a 1-week social media break. Boy, I could not be a bigger proponent of this, but also I'm not allowed.
All right, if you had the week off from work, could you do it?
Yes.
Would you do it?
Probably would find myself scrolling a little bit. Okay. And my vice is not Facebook, and it's not TikTok. It's Instagram. I love seeing what people are doing on Instagram, and I love all that. And so I do feel connected when I'm viewing that. The other one that I've found myself on an awful lot is Threads. Have you been on Threads?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, so I find myself on Threads, except I find the Threads algorithm is very aggressive. And I've talked about this before where somebody on Threads had posted that they'd lost their dog, or today, this is my sweet dog, and today they crossed the Rainbow Bridge, right? And I love dogs, right? So I always like it. And it's like, oh, this guy loves dead dogs. Let's give him more dead dogs. And so it's like constant dead dog stories. And so now I stopped liking them. And I've actually seen other people that are saying, I feel guilty that I can't send out my sympathies to you. But if I do, then the algorithm thinks I love dead dogs, right? Where this helps the most is young adults. And they said it's a social media detox, and it reduces depression, anxiety, and insomnia. They don't know how long the effects would last, though. So a 1-week detox, how long does that help you? Is it possible for a young person today? Possible is maybe the wrong word. Is it pragmatic for a young person today to eschew social media altogether?
So what if you were, I'm not a camper. I'm not an outdoors guy.
Yeah.
Too much, Chris. Are you? Like you ever over? See, to me, that seems...
I used to be. Now my back won't handle sleeping on the ground. But yeah, I used to be.
Because I'm thinking if there's a possibility, and we know how the dynamic between parents or uncles and aunts and nephews and what, it may not be that close. I'm not sure if there's still a path there. But I think if you've got people who are like, I like to... Let's go camping for a few days. Let's just get out and do something. We'll go jump in a lake. We'll go fishing. We'll go whatever.
Yeah.
I still think it's doable if you can do that. But you can't expect ever, probably an adult too, to take even 2 or 3 days off of social media if you're just around the house. It's not like, hey, everybody, let's get the Monopoly board out and then we'll clean the house together. No one's going to do that.
Right.
But if there's a substitute activity, then maybe it's possible for at least a few days, I think. Otherwise, I think it's okay to say to kids, hey, we're going to be doing something else. It's not like you're going to be around the house watching your friends do other things or missing out online what they're doing. Then I think it's doable. But if you're in the same spot, I don't think so.
Based on your own vast knowledge of the world.
It's tremendous.
Do you think it is more harmful? I don't have any data behind this. This is just an opinion question.
A couple of guys on the radio.
Do you think it's more harmful for people that constantly post on social media, or do you think it's more harmful for people that just scroll on social media and are being bombarded with slop?
Well, if we're not saying degree of what you're posting, if you're just kind of posting average stuff, like you're not posting conspiracy theories, you're just out there, I think it's probably harder for those who are just scrolling.
Yeah.
Because then we can argue to some extent, again, that your brain's kind of working.
Yep.
I'm going to post this whether I'm just promoting myself or here's my opinion on this, or hey, did you guys see this article? It's the activeness of it feels like it's better overall, and there's less chance of just, I bring up the FOMO thing again.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, all these things. Oh, this person's doing. Oh,
if I stop scrolling, I might miss the best one next.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's a great point. This is why I invite you in.
Really?
Oh, you're so smart.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
that's
really
nice.
Smart. Also, I got to get you fishing. Pablo and I take you fishing.
With a PH or with an F?
No.
Okay.
You know, Pablo's a fisherman.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Pablo, you're a fisherman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we found out yesterday that he was fishing one time and he ran across a cougar. Stop,
Really?
Steve. An actual cougar.
And they dated? Oh, wait.
No, I knew it. I knew you could not.
There was a
It was
mountain
a
lion.
big cat. I never said it was cougar.
I don't know of any other big cats in southern Arizona. Wow. I don't know of any.
Was that Sheena Easton?
Stop it. What's the matter with you? I mean, that was a good pull. That was a really good pull. I kind of like that. All right, you look into your child's eyes and you see nothing but sweetness and greatness, and boy, are you wrong. Your kid is not as great as you think they are. You'll find out why that is and why you think that way next. It's the Chris and Joe Show. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Find something extraordinary this season at the Genesis Signature Event and enjoy 0.99% APR financing on select vehicles through December 1st. Take advantage of this exceptional offer on our most popular Genesis models, including the 2026 G70, GV70, GV80, and GV80 Coupe, plus select 2025 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models with approved credit. Discover the perfect balance of performance, innovation, and refined design at Genesis of Scottsdale. Our team is dedicated to delivering an effortless and sophisticated buying experience from the moment you arrive to the drive home. Experience modern luxury today at Genesis of Scottsdale, conveniently located on North Scottsdale Road, or visit us online at genesisofscottsdale.com to learn more.
Exclusions apply. 0.99% APR for up to 36 months. Is $28.20 per 1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers on select 2025 and 2026 Genesis models. Subject to credit approval by Genesis Finance. Not all will qualify. Down payment may be required. Must take delivery from retail stock by 12/1/25. Most new vehicles include a protection package with lifetime window tint, door edge guards, and handle cup guards priced at $618 plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details.
The Brooklyn Bedding Black Friday sale is here. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in store and online now through November 30th. Mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is now 30% off at Brooklyn Bedding. Visit one of Brooklyn Bedding's 11 Valley locations and make sure to mention KTAR News for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is having a huge holiday sale now through December 12th with $350 off, our lowest prices of the year. If you're ready to lose weight naturally and keep it off, our Metabolic Reset helps your body burn fat by restoring balance to your metabolism, not by starving, sweating, or relying on risky injections. This is the perfect time to invest in your health and start feeling great again. Don't miss out on our lowest prices of the year only through December 12th. You can start the program before, during, or after the holidays, but you need to lock in your discount now. Schedule your free consultation today at PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
Hi, I'm Jamie West. I lost about 50 pounds and I'm keeping it off with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Get ready to wow your friends and family over the holidays. Schedule your free consultation today and lock in the huge discount. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. 1.7 million Arizonans are anticipated to travel for Thanksgiving this year, according to Julian Paredes, spokesperson for AAA. For those hitting the roads, Paredes has some advice.
The best time to be traveling this whole Thanksgiving week is going to be in the morning. It can kind of save you a little bit of your travel time and save on gas as well.
Paredes adds that proper tire inflation and going the speed limit can also help with your fuel economy.
Eyes on Education.
The U.S. Department of Education is making some big changes, and those will have a ripple effect here in Arizona. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live with how this could impact our state.
Yeah, Becky, in an announcement last week, the U.S. Department of Education said it would be shifting some of its programs to other federal departments, including moving Title I and English language grants to the Department of Labor and moving the Office of Indian Education to the Department of the Interior. State Superintendent Tom Horn tells the Mike Broomhead Show there will be some adjustments made.
One of the things that I got a lot of questions about was, could we handle special ed at the federal level? And the answer is yes. We monitor the schools. They monitor us. That's two agencies doing what one agency can do.
Horn added certain education civil rights responsibilities may have to be moved to the Attorney General or County Attorney's Office. This is a step in the Trump administration's plan to shut down the Department of Education. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
In 2019, the Arizona Board of Regents created a new policy requiring Arizona's 3 public universities to take a deeper look at civic education over the past year. The assessment looks at students' knowledge of democracy, history and analysis, foundational documents, and more. All 3 universities saw 86 to 96% of students meeting or exceeding state requirements. You can read more education solution stories by going to ktar.com/education. Nearly 6,000 ballots were rejected in Maricopa County from elections held earlier this month. County Board of Supervisors Chair Thomas Galvin tells the Mike Broomhead Show he wants to know why the rejections increased before we get to next year's midterms.
Might possibly see an even higher rejection rate, and you're going to have really pissed off voters. Yeah. Or if they find out that they voted legally, but for some reason Justin Heat rejected their ballot.
The increase in rejections came as the county recorder's office, run by recorder Justin Heap, implemented a new signature verification system. Galvin says the county board is working with Heap to learn why the rejections were so high. 20% of Chandler drownings happen in the winter months, according to police department data. Ryan Cody with Chandler PD reminds parents to stay vigilant whenever kids are around bodies of water.
But the fact remains that there's the same number of pools, lakes, canals in the city of Chandler now as there were in the middle of July.
KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. To learn more, go to KTAR.com/water safety. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's November 25th, and back on this day in 2013, Frozen was released. Yes, Disney released Frozen, the original motion picture, 11 years ago. It seems like just yesterday, Princess Elsa, her sister Anna, and beloved snowman Olaf were singing some now Disney favorites while gallivanting through the snow. It won the Grammy Award for Best Compilation Soundtrack for Visual Media in 2015, one song in particular winning big, with Best Song Written for Visual Media, and the Academy Award for Best Original Song, Let It Go. In fact, the song Let It Go became one of Disney's most globally recorded songs, with versions in 25 languages. Demi Lovato also covered the song on the soundtrack album. Frozen earned $400.7 million in North America and an estimated $880 million in other countries for a worldwide total of $1.2 billion. And it all started when Frozen was released back on this day in 2013.
We'll see if the roads are bothering anybody. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near 44th Street. Let's take a look into our surface streets. Tolleson with a crash on Buckeye Road in 99th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on 43rd Road in Glen Ross Avenue. Surprise with a crash on Bell Road and Dysart Road. And Phoenix one last time with a crash on 15th Avenue and Indian School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, a low of 51. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and our high 77. Thanksgiving Day, partly cloudy and a high of 76. And Black Friday should be pretty much the same. It's 70 in Gilbert right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show.
Oh, hi.
Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
He sounds better than I do.
This is why, right here. He's just a little intense.
I got a little energy drink happening to get me through a holiday week.
Whoa, Tiger out the cage.
How about that? Woo, baby. Woo, baby. Steve, when you were young, did you... Steve Goldstein in for
I don't
Joe
think
today.
I was ever young, but yes, thank you.
Steve was in for Joe Huizinga today. Two questions. First of all, did you or your family ever have an Oldsmobile?
No, but I remember in Fletch. Remember Fletch? Another brand new movie, only 40 years old. He said that he...
Nice current reference.
He borrowed someone's Oldsmobile Buick because they were all...
Yeah, of course I remember.
Some of us may have experienced that recently.
Yeah.
We did not. We did have a Chevy Impala, though.
Okay, so there was an Oldsmobile version of that. I don't remember what it was, but yeah, then there was the Chevy. We had the... God, it wasn't an
Oldsmobile had the Cutlass.
They had the Cutlass. That was
nice,
popular. Yeah. But Oldsmobile, Chevy, and we had the Buick Century station wagon, and there was an Oldsmobile it was similar to that in the station wagon.
Yeah.
So I was talking after the show yesterday because we were discussing on the program about how the generations have changed, and I don't even know that the Gen Zs know what Black Friday means. They just know it's the day after Thanksgiving. They don't know how it got the name. And one of our video editors heard us talking about it, and she turned up the radio to go, uh-oh, and then she Googled it to make sure that if we came out and quizzed her, that she would know the answer to it. And I think that was so funny.
Love it.
But also, I mean, God bless her for going, I'm not going to get caught blindsided on this, and I'm going to learn it. I give her credit for that.
Google and AI make it so easy. Why not?
So I went out after the show yesterday, and I don't know how Oldsmobile came up, and I said, but a lot of younger generation don't know, things that were very commonplace for us. I said, for instance, and I turned to one of our story editors, and I said, do you know what an Oldsmobile is? And she looked at me, and she is one of those who's really smart, but doesn't give anything away. And she said, she just deadpan stared at me and says, I feel like you're making things up so you can poke fun at me. And it was so funny because, no, I am not making up Oldsmobile. And she goes, that's some made-up name, right? No, it's not. She didn't recognize it at all. So we've changed.
How much information we take for granted when
Isn't that
we
funny?
experience it. And it's like...
But I think part of me is a little bit excited because I didn't know what a Vegematic was for the longest time when I was growing up. My parents had to introduce me to what a Vegematic was. I had no idea, So I think every generation has that. And I think it's going to be funny, too, when this generation starts having kids and grandkids. Because, many in this generation don't know what burning a CD means, right? That's completely foreign. And we're not that many years removed from it. So at some point, there's going to be kids that they're going to go, you don't even know what a TikTok is, do you? And they're going to be like, but it's a clock, right? It's a clock.
Right.
What is it?
Yeah.
Right. They won't know. I ask this because I think there are some things that transcend generations. When I was young, I used to play Little League. Thanks for indulging me in my storytelling, by the way. You're a good listener. So I used to play Little League, and I was pretty good at the youngest level. I was pretty good, and I played catcher, and my dad, I remember him saying this to me. I was so proud. He said, some people go their entire lives looking for that one thing that they're truly good at. And you are so fortunate you found yours when you were 8 years old. So, at that point, I was like, I'm playing for the Detroit Tigers when I get older. This is my life. This is my career. This is it, And I think in my father's mind, he thought this kid could make it pro. I was 8.
So are you thinking now in your late 40s, mid to late 40s, that's like, God, I disappointed
missed opportunity.
Dad.
Honestly, I do think so.
Do you? Okay.
A lot of time and my father, I don't believe that he's disappointed in me, but I do think in my subconscious there's this thing like, oh, did I let Dad down? Did I not do the thing that I know would have made Dad proud? It's a really good question, Steve. That's a deep question. But I found out my father is not alone by any stretch. Did you play sports at all?
I did, very much, yeah. I was a good baseball player and a good tennis player, but that was, of course, tennis player. Mm-hmm.
Of course, yeah.
But that was a long
But you were only
time
playing
ago.
against the other kids of the country club, so
exactly,
you really had no
yes,
idea.
Yes, and I had people,
coaches, of course, private lessons,
absolutely,
all those things.
All that, yeah.
Did your parents ever make you feel like
just the opposite? In fact, there are times. So my brother is a left-hander, and he was not great, but he was pretty good pitcher.
Yeah.
And for those who are not baseball fans, like if you're a left-handed pitcher, there are ways to actually stay in that career for a very long time because it's a specialist. So we've joked in the past, but wouldn't it have been funny if Mom and Dad had actually pressured us that you, as this 5'11" lefty, could have gotten out there and maybe you'd still be in the big leagues today at 50 years old or something like that. As silly as that is. But no, they totally didn't do that. We played Little League, we played sports we wanted to, but it's never,
they never pushed you.
Listen, no, we're taking you out of school this week. You're going to go on the road trip with this. Never did.
Never did that. Study says roughly 1 in 6 parents believe they are currently raising a child who will become a professional athlete. 1 in 6 think their kid will become a professional athlete. Parents report investing 8 hours or more per week in sports training and related activities for their child. I don't think that's too absurd. 8 hours a week isn't much. I mean, that's basically 2 practices and a game or 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem crazy to me. However, I know families, and to the credit of my in-laws, they pushed their daughters really hard, and the whole thing was, we're going to look for a scholarship. We want you to be able to pick the school you want to go to.
Yeah,
right.
Scholarship, yeah.
But they spent a lot of time and money with the traveling teams, with the special coaches, with all the other stuff. And I guarantee it was not 8 hours in a week. It was a solid 4+ hours a day. They would do, in some cases, morning practice and then after practice, after school, or they'd have their other practice. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on the kids. And that's what it takes to be pro.
1 in 6.
1 in 6, though, think that their kid just has some sort of natural ability and is the next Tom Brady or LeBron James.
If you had said 1 in 6 think their kid could get a partial to full college scholarship athletically, okay. I mean, that's still ridiculous, but potentially, because there are a lot of different sports at colleges.
Yeah.
Maybe you play lacrosse. Maybe you're a water polo. Maybe you're a great swimmer. Whatever. You could do something like that.
You just keep naming those country club sports, don't you?
But 1 in 6 professional athlete.
Isn't that wild?
Think of how few professional athletes there actually are compared to the population of this country.
I know.
There's no way. There's no way. So here's my theory on this.
Go on.
It's not just that parents are, unrealistic and think their children are wonderful. I was thinking about this. We talk about financial stuff, the economy a lot on this show, to your credit. And what pops up to me is the idea that as the middle class kind of doesn't disappear, but we see fewer and fewer
squeezed.
People, right, who fit in that really traditional role. I almost feel like in the past you'd say, okay, well, my kid's good at sports. That's great. I'll support him or her. That's fantastic. And, if they don't make it, fine. They'll be a teacher. They'll be an engineer. They'll be blah, blah, blah. But as those $75,000 to $95,000 jobs go away, might as well shoot for the moon. Hey, let's be a pro athlete. You'll make $20 million. Let's do this thing. I almost feel like there's part of that. Like, rather than keep a child on a kind of a normal path, that normal path is so much harder to follow now and so much harder to succeed in. Well, you might be working at a department store, might be working at a department store kind of thing, big box store, whatever
retail,
it is.
Yeah. Assistant manager at Walmart or something. Yeah.
Or
nothing wrong with that.
Or you could be a starting pitcher for the Yankees. I mean, so I wonder if there's expectations, or it's harder to have reasonable expectations these days. So let's just go for the big one.
So why not aim for all of it?
Just aim for the big one. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if we were to ask the kids of the parents, if we took the 18% of parents and we asked the kids who play these sports, do you want to be a professional athlete or do you want to be an influencer? And which one do you think that they would? Because we've had studies before, too, about how many kids, that's like the new number one goal. When I grow up, I want to be an influencer, right? It used to be an astronaut or an athlete, or it was a firefighter or a police officer, whatever it was. Now it's, I want to be an influencer. It's like the number one answer.
Yeah.
So I wonder how many of these kids feel that. And how many of it is their parents living through
It's always
their
that
kid?
vicarious thing. Yeah, of course. Sure. I could have been a contender, and I'm not.
Could have been. Could have been. And
Something.
you will be. You will be. Yeah. There's a shift in the world, new pressure that is something quieter, something heavier, something that keeps you single longer than you ever planned. Why that pressure hits you harder than you think is next on the Chris and Joe Show. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News. First is
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The FBI now wants to interview the Democratic veterans of the military and intelligence community who appeared in a video urging the troops to ignore illegal orders. Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire is among the 6 Democrats who appeared in that video. She says she will not be intimidated. Goodlander was asked about the status of that FBI interview request.
We have heard from the FBI. We have responded to request more information.
Of course, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly also in that video, and also got word that the FBI is looking into him as well. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is joining KTAR this afternoon at 5:30 for her exclusive interview on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. And she'll be talking more about the Pentagon investigating Senator Kelly over this video where he calls troops to defy illegal orders. You can watch the in-studio interview on KTAR's YouTube page. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us, Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Literally just in a couple seconds ago, Apache Junction, we have a closure in both directions on US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon due to a law enforcement situation. There's no ETA on when that'll reopen, but it is in both directions, US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon. Tulsa, we have a crash block in the left lane. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the I-17 southbound near Camelback Road. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation at thewindowstore.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're looking for clear skies tonight, a low of 51, 77, and mostly sunny tomorrow. And then Thursday, Thanksgiving, and Friday, partly cloudy and in the mid-70s. It's 72 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's Gatos, and we've got an Outspoken exclusive. Governor Katie Hobbs joins us at 5:30. What does she think about the Pentagon trying to court-martial Senator Mark Kelly. Governor Hobbs, 5:30 today.
Wouldn't it be great if she just came on and said, "Generally, I'm against it."
And then that was
it. Like, it would just be wonderful. Looking forward to Governor Hobbs joining the boys of Outspoken today, 5:30. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, KTAR News app. Shout out to Carefree. Can't thank you enough for being a part of the show. In Carefree, the least caring of all of the communities.
Wow.
I mean, am I wrong?
It seems a bit much.
It's right there in the...
Got those sweet street names.
They are free of care.
Ho-hum and Easy.
They do have Easy Street, don't they? I love that. I love that, too. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. New cultural critique is arguing that the dominant pressure today is to not get married, stay single as long as possible. And for many young women, settling down is treated as a losing potential rather than building a life. So it's a message, and it's not hurry up and marry, but rather it's don't tie yourself to anyone yet. And so now there's a generation that's treating commitment like it's a risk and not a reward. This is a remarkable shift, not just in our society, but in the way humans view the world, and it could be detrimental to our species.
Yeah, but how cyclical does this sound to you? Because to me it sounds like this is, if you go back many years, like the 70s, this was the time where women were supposed to take control of their own lives with, what's the old, some cigarette ad that's like, you can have it all or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, I think you're right.
There was something like that.
Yeah.
And that was the big push. So yeah, this is wild. But what struck me about it, Chris, is not just that there's a feeling that you're staying single because you don't want to be tied down. It's like you're staying single because you still have so much more to form in your own life before you go do that. But now does that mean, talking about the species, does that mean that people are less likely to have kids because maybe they'll decide that they're not ready till they're 40 or something like
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And we're already seeing a declining birth rate. And that is happening globally. The birth rate is down. In fact, the United States, I was just reading this morning, that the United States is crossing the threshold where we're having more deaths than births, which would generally mean a population decline. But of course, immigration has always been a population driver in our country. We're slowing that down, but it's still making up any difference. So the country is still growing. But I was looking at other countries, and even less developed countries where the birth rate is still much higher than the death rate. The birth rate is declining.
Yeah.
Now, part of that may have to do with the availability of contraception that continues to become more and more widespread. It may have to do with more awareness of things like AIDS and how that spreads. So, okay, if you're in the Congo, like, okay, well, you know how your brother died now. Maybe you don't do the same thing, and then, so maybe don't shag his wife after he's gone. This sort of stuff, which is more cultural, as if I know any of that. So here's what I also think is driving this, too. It's that, and I think this is where it's more lasting and less cyclical. It's that for the first time in history, women believe, like, my place is not having kids and being in the home. My place is whatever I want it to be. And throughout history, that hasn't been the case. You've had the men are dominant. It's a patriarchal species is what we are, right?
Yeah.
And so now we're at this point where we're looking for equality, and the only way to have equality is if I can go to work, speaking as a woman, then I can go to work, and I can get my own 401k, and I can do my own thing, and having kids is not necessarily priority, and being strapped to a guy who's not going to let you be mobile any longer.
Yeah.
Well, what if I get that job in New York? Yeah, but your husband's got a job in Phoenix, so now what are you going to do, right? If you're not strapped down, now you've got this freedom. But there is also the human nature aspect of it, where we still want companionship.
Well, and that's it. If you, just anecdotally, I was at a doctor's appointment yesterday, and my doctor, I hadn't seen her since she had given birth, because she was pregnant the last time I'd seen her. And I said, "Oh, how's that going?" She said, "It's great. It's great. Obviously, I love having a baby. I also have a 3-year-old. This is really exciting. But, I'm one of those people that really, I need to get out of the house.
Yeah.
Like I love my kids. I spend as much time with them as I can, but I also need to be at work like 4 days a week if I can, because it's just," and she wasn't talking about in terms of I need to be free to be me. It was more just like, I'm going to go crazy if this is the only lane I can be in, even if that lane is very challenging and very important and everything else.
Yeah.
So that struck me as interesting.
So let's go back to the 1970s that you're talking about.
Yeah.
and I'm thinking about a female doctor in the 1970s, of course, was far rarer, right? We knew that. But a female doctor who had kids but then wanted to be able to get out. I mean, I know you had Gloria Steinem was out there, talking about women's lib and trying to, but that was at the infancy of such a thing.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not like we're taking I don't see us taking a step back. There may be some politicians that say, we need to get more women in the House and we need to have women aspire to be baby makers. And I just don't know that we're ever going to go back to that.
Yeah, I mean, there was some controversy with Turning Point, that there were some people who were saying things. The person who's actually running for office now, who was quoted as saying, I don't think women should actually be in elected office. They should be at home. Meanwhile, she's actually running for office, which seems a little contradictory. But yeah, there is that dynamic of how do we coalesce around these things so it actually works in such a way that it's not that our gender roles are totally changing, but that if you have a family, that both parents get a chance to not just have fun, but actually do what makes them a more complete person.
Independent of each other.
Yeah. I because that's what, when you talk to people, and I've had this conversation with my wife too, how are we independent entities while also having tremendous affection for each other and wanting to spend as much time as possible? Because that's actually pretty darn good. We both love that. But then are we becoming too much of we're just defined as
codependent?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is part of a relationship, but how much should it be? I don't know. And I wonder if younger women are really thinking about that. Like, they're not necessarily seeing how great it is to find the right person. It's more like, well, I can find the right person. Meanwhile, I got to figure me out.
And I don't
think there's anything wrong with it. No, but it's
also from a female perspective, and we're the wrong guys to be talking about this, but I mean, if you want short-term companionship, it's a whole lot easier to find if you're a woman.
When you call Pablo.
I call Pablo for short-term companionship?
I mean, a lot of people do.
I don't think a lot of people do. Poor guy. Poor guy. Poor guy's going to get a chancla upside the head because of the things you say. But if I'm a woman and I go, oh, I feel lonely this weekend, it's not too hard to find somebody that's going to spend a little time with them. Some ogre like me, if I feel lonely, you're
a radio star.
I don't think hey, do you want to come hang out for this weekend? Maybe we can just Netflix and chill. And they're going to go, no, Shrek, I don't think I'm going to do that.
You want to play some D&D?
Yeah, it'll be so much fun. Oh my gosh, it'll be great. So I think it's a little bit different. I think that's one of the things where the gender roles is advantageous for a woman looking for independence. However, I also wonder about the void that we are getting as young adults who maybe are not finding companionship, both men and women. Well, maybe not finding long-term companionship.
But I do, going back to the biological aspect of it, if you're not driven to have children, then, and some people just aren't, then there are other paths. And you can do things like find companionship or focus on the career. But some people really, even when they're 25 or 30, I really want to be with someone and have children.
Driven for family.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, Steve explains it all. This is why we have him on. All right. If you're like us, there was probably a time when you were a kid that you dreamed of having a circus animal as a pet. Maybe a loyal tiger that would scare off the bullies, or a capuchin that would help you raise hell in the school cafeteria, but everybody loved your little monkey anyway. Take that childish notion and attach it to an adult practicality in today's headline volley. It's next in the Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get more information about how you can support Arizona families with UMOM, providing resources, direction, meals, and a place to sleep for thousands of Arizonans each year. Text the word CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
So yet another neighbor on our street just realized the difference is day and night. Yep, they did what we did at Casa Calvisi recently, got a brand new AC system from Day and Night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. I can't tell you, by the way, just how much cheaper our summer AC bills have been, 30 to 40%. But now, what about when we fire up the furnace? I mean, it's been many months, right? Are we sure it's good to go? Because a heating system check right now is only $79. Only $79 to make sure, think about it, that that your system is running at peak efficiency. You can help prevent costly breakdowns, extend the life of your system, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty, only $79 to get your heating system checked at dayandnightair.com. In fact, you can schedule your AC, heating, and plumbing appointments 24/7 at dayandnightair.com. Find out for yourself why they've been serving the Valley for over 4 decades and how that difference really is. Day and night at dayandnightair.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get to grandma's on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News now.
It is 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. If you want to avoid the turkey traffic, you're going to need to leave town early.
It's going to be Wednesday afternoon, anytime, say, after 1 p.m. into the nighttime hours. Thursday morning, busy as well. And again on Sunday afternoon, when people are headed back home.
Doug Ninsel with ADOT says you won't have to deal with any scheduled road closures, but you should expect the unexpected. Give yourself lots of time to get to your destination and pack your patience, as well as an emergency kit just in case. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is filing lawsuit number 31 against the Trump administration. This one is against the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development over changes to funding for local responses to homelessness. HUD is no longer prioritizing permanent housing and instead is focusing on short-term housing and addiction programs. The lawsuit argues HUD made the changes illegally. The Maricopa Association of Governments has previously told KTAR changes at HUD may lead to a 30% spike in valley homelessness. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has located the body of a victim who was lost in floodwaters this weekend amid the flooding north of New River off I-17. While authorities have not identified the deceased, on Sunday, the Sheriff's Office responded to 911 calls of vehicles swept away in floodwaters in that area. Multiple people were rescued, but one adult male was not. A Virginia high school football coach went from a missing person to a fugitive. Officials say 46-year-old Travis Turner, who vanished last week, is now wanted on 5 counts of possession of child pornography and 5 counts of using a computer to solicit a minor. Here's ABC's Mola Lenge with more.
In response to requests for a comment on Turner, Wise County Public Schools in Virginia telling us today, quote, the individual remains on leave and is not permitted on school property or to have contact with students. Of course, they say they will continue to cooperate with the investigation moving forward. Police still actively searching for Turner. Authorities also saying that more charges are potentially pending.
It's time to take a look at the road home now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Again, Apache Junction. We still have a closure in both directions, the westbound, eastbound directions of the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon due to a law enforcement situation. Still no ETA on when that's going to reopen, so keep it here for more information. Avondale with a crash block in the left lane. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near the I-10 Popco Freeway westbound transition. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Sosa Man Road. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Sands Chevrolet in Glendale. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies, low 51. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and 77. And Thursday, 76 degrees. Right now, it is 70 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
And every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 News and check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
All right. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. Are you ready to roll here, my friend?
Yes, tickle my brain bone.
In Kenya, an anti-poaching team claims that they've trained elephants to detect human-armed poachers by scent and sound, turning the hunted into the hunters. The program says 6 arrests in a month so far. If you had to recruit one animal to protect your backyard, what would it be? And I want you to consider all the factors.
Okay, so this is not like an Island of Dr. Moreau situation. Right?
No.
This is not a combination.
No. So, like, if you were to choose tiger, keep in mind the tiger could potentially eat you.
Yeah, okay, that makes this harder because I was thinking mountain lion because mountain lions they're aggressive, they're ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh, God. Okay, you got me.
That was timely.
You got me with the idea. All right, well, I'm going to stick with mountain lion, although a close second would be an alligator.
Okay.
Because an alligator is absolutely, if I'm crazy enough to put an alligator in my backyard, I may deserve to get eaten myself, but nothing else is getting
any of these things. This is why dogs, I think, have been so good, because the dogs are loyal to their owners, probably not going to turn and eat them.
Yeah.
But would turn and eat on somebody trying to break in.
Yeah, I'd love to get a smarter animal, but then they're probably not as aggressive. I mean, I'd love to have a hippo. That'd be kind of fun.
That was mine.
A hippo?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So, but the hippo could eat you. Or do you think the hippo would be chill?
I'm feeding it good stuff. He only wants white meat, my hippo. He doesn't want that dark meat.
He was ready with that one. Good one, Pablo.
My hippo likes Caucasian meat.
I didn't say Caucasian.
That's exactly. I know what you were thinking.
I did not say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Oh, I know what you were
saying.
I know what it is. All right.
But yeah, they're dangerous animals.
They are. They're terrifying.
Yeah.
I love watching that Wild Kingdom stuff and seeing one of the animals. I mean, those hippos will tear those things up. Yeah.
When animals attack, yeah.
They're crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
Did you bring anything to the table today?
Yeah, it's not
good.
It's not great, but I was excited to ask about it. And ask Pablo, of course, because he is our music maven. So next year, Guns N' Roses going on another tour. Okay, so Guns N' Roses was big in the late 80s, early 90s, really, when we think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you could come back with any band, what would it be and what instrument would you play?
So I'm in the band.
You're in the band and you're going to play an instrument. And it doesn't mean it needs an instrument you actually can play. Just you'd want to play it in this particular band. It could be a current band, a band that's making a comeback, whatever.
You know, I always envied Mark Knopfler.
Okay.
From Dire Straits. I always thought that was amazing.
Okay.
Not very popular, though, so I guess that's probably not the one
They were popular for a short time, yeah.
They were, yeah. But I always thought he was just incredibly, and I think that's the greatest guitar solo there is. Yeah.
And you know who's singing backup on this?
No.
Sting.
Oh, is that right on this one? Yeah. Oh, so good. Oh, so good.
All right,
so
Pablo,
good.
while this is building up, what about you?
It does take forever to build up, doesn't it? God, I just fast-forwarded like 30 seconds, still going on. Oh, my gosh.
It's almost
like
there.
an hour.
Almost there.
It's like an hour of build-up for this thing.
It's still going.
I know, but this is the good build-up part. This is the best part. Yeah! Glenn Miller Band trombone, final answer.
All right, Pablo, give us one.
You'd be a joker? Midnight toker?
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah. No, Glenn Miller Band, not Steve Miller Band.
Is there a difference? What does Glenn Miller sing? I really don't know.
Don't play Glenn Miller. Don't play Glenn Miller. No. No. Oh, there's Steve Miller. All right.
He's like, oh, I loved him when he was doing the USO tour. So he's so good.
I've seen him in concert. I'm going to fly like an eagle.
That's perfect.
That's wonderful. I love that Glenn Miller guy.
So good. It's so good.
Def Leppard, I want to be the drummer.
Oh, yeah.
Just one arm?
Wait, which arm are you giving us?
Just one arm. All right. Yeah. Okay.
It's going to be an awkward, well, we found a way to do it, but there is one thing,
I'm
Pablo.
sorry, Steve Miller.
Yep.
I'm more sorry for Steve Miller or Glenn Miller. I didn't know him.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right. Inspired by Friends, the leftover gravy sauce, according to Heinz, transforms the Thanksgiving staple into a condiment perfectly poised for the ultimate leftover sandwich. Yes, you too can own leftover gravy from Heinz now. Made with real turkey broth, leftover gravy comes in a squeezable bottle, and it is the perfect addition to every feast. Steve, what is the worst condiment or sauce?
80% of America is going to hate me, Chris.
Well, that's fine.
I just really do not like mayonnaise at all. I really do not like it.
Wow.
Really don't like it.
You say things like that, now Pablo's hippo doesn't want to eat you. That's it.
But like a mayo combo with something else is even worse. So and how about what if I threw in goober grape? Because that's pretty gross too.
So you don't like what is it, like the Chipotle mayo or the Southwestern mayo? I have buffalo mayo.
I don't like aioli at all. No.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
interesting.
Just keep it away from me.
And it's not an allergy or anything. You just don't like the flavor.
I don't. The flavor doesn't. It's something about the texture, and I'm not sure what.
Does it matter if it's mayonnaise or Miracle Whip salad dressing?
Actually, Miracle Whip is kind of tasty, a little tangy, a little tangy.
Yeah, they are a little bit different.
Yeah. There's something about the way mayonnaise just splattered on the floor. I think I need to have time to get a sound effect for me, so I want to do it for you.
I don't. Yeah.
No, Chris. No.
I think I've got this little play-by-play announcer who used to say swish, and I ran into him one time and I got him to say squish. So that's the closest I have to your splat sound. Yeah.
You know, I don't like. A lot of people like the sauerkraut. Is that the little?
Does sauerkraut count as a condiment?
I think you put it on hot dogs sometimes.
It's an accessory.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an accessory. Okay, we're talking about more like ketchups and.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Because I don't care for sauerkraut either. I'm kind of with you on that. You know, it's just boiled cabbage. But
no wonder I don't like cabbage.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the king of sound effects.
I'm kind of Steve. Any aiolis, I'm not.
Not big into that. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think.
Steve aioli. I don't.
You want to talk about upsetting people? Most overrated condiment of all time is ketchup. My wife likes to put ketchup on everything.
Overrated.
It's just overrated. My wife wants to put ketchup on everything.
Oh, that's sorry.
It's a staple.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Wow.
How about barbecue sauce?
Barbecue sauce is okay. I like to use barbecue sauce like when I'm cooking. Otherwise, like I'm not putting it on a steak. I don't mind using it as an ingredient in something bigger and better.
Ooh.
But not.
You described yourself right there.
Yeah. Minus the barbecue sauce. Right. Unless it's Friday. No, I'm just ketchup to me is just it's so bland and just overrated. I've just never been a big fan of it.
I think like a nice hot fry in there always tastes good. No?
I mean, it's not. I will dip it. Dip a fry in ketchup every now and again. But normally, I eat the fries plain. I want mustard on my hot dog. I don't want ketchup on stuff. My wife drives me crazy. My kids put it on chicken nuggets. I hate that. My wife got my kids putting ketchup on fish sticks. Ketchup is not a fish condiment. You can't do that. You can do tartar sauce, you do a little lemon juice. You can't put fish in ketchup.
Yeah, but what about
That's a no.
What about shrimp and cocktail sauce?
That's not ketchup.
But ketchup's in there, isn't it?
It's red.
It's not the same.
It's horseradish and red. That's all it is.
Okay.
That's what.
Okay.
There's no. Don't ruin my shrimp.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Don't ruin my shrimp.
Okay.
Don't do it. Still to come, what used to be a rare phenomena. Thank you. Seems to be, you get me, seems to be happening every week lately. Still, being in the Valley, chances are that you've only been able to catch a glimpse from other people's social posts. Good news, you're going to have another chance to take in the majesty of science. And you're going to find out how next on the Chris and Joe Show, with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News. Now, you keep pretending. You're walking by and you see that window in the hallway and you go, it's not a problem. You close your eyes. It is. I mean, the frame is warped, the glass is cloudy, and when the summertime rolls around, it's constantly leaking heat. It's trying to cook you. But you go, no, it's fine. No, it's not. It's not. Quit kidding yourself. Advanced Window Products exists for people like you. Locally, family-owned, building their own custom vinyl windows for nearly 4 decades. They don't farm out the work to some mystery crew, and even the cardinal glass that they use is the highest quality. That's made right here in the Valley, too. They build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee them for life. That's labor, glass, and parts, all of it. And because of that, there's no middleman markups. That's how Advanced Windows keeps their prices below 95% of the Valley. And they can usually knock out the install in just a day. Pick the color that best matches your place, and factory to door, less than 8 weeks. You got $2,500 off right now when you buy 10 windows or more, and that is going on for the end of the year special. Stop pretending that busted window is quirky and get the windows made right here in the Valley. Call 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002, or at advancedwindows.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are here. Grab your coffee and put on your sneakers because it's go time. Through Saturday, save up to 50% on everything from toys to beauty faves, winter styles, and more. Plus, earn $15 Kohl's Cash for every $50 spent. Yep, that's extra Kohl's Cash. So run, don't walk. Just hold on tight to that coffee. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end November 29th. See store or kohls.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Senator Mark Kelly may not be the person President Trump wants to pick a fight with, according to Meghan McCain of the Citizen McCain podcast. She joined KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and says the Pentagon investigation into Kelly is simply political retribution.
He's clearly a target and a threat to the Trump administration politically, and this, to me, seems just like very blatant political retribution, and I think it's awful.
McCain says the idea of punishing Kelly with a court-martial is ridiculous and does not believe it would ever actually happen. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will join KTAR this afternoon at 5:30 for her exclusive interview with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. And, of course, she'll be touching on this very topic, among others. You can watch the in-studio interview on KTAR's YouTube page. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the roads now. Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A partially good update regarding Apache Junction. So the closure is now open. On the eastbound lanes are completely reopened on the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon. Westbound is still going to be closed. We still don't have an ETA of when that's going to be open, but eastbound is reopened. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 83rd Avenue. Mesa with a crash on the right shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Sussaman Road. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Toyota Dealers. Toyotathon is on. Choose from all your favorites like Tacoma, Tundra, 4Runner, or Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Y-Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Y-Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Y-Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News. Don't forget, Outspoken starts right up at 4 o'clock. The great Larry Gato, star of Outspoken, joins us in the studio right now. So Steve Goldstein in for Joe. He's been doing this for close to 30 years now. You've been in radio, right? And I think...
Who's Joe?
Right? I'm at 25 years in the business.
Okay.
And I think something just happened that has never happened to either one of us in our careers before. So I'm doing this read for Advanced Window Products. One of your clients as well.
Yeah.
And I got done, and Steve said, "Did you hear that crash?" And I said, "No, I was, I had my headphones in."
He was distracted doing his read,
Yeah, I had my headphones in. I couldn't hear anything. He said, "Something hit that window really hard." And I thought he meant somebody out here, threw something against the window. We had a bird, maybe two, because there's two spots now. A bird hit this window out here so hard, and it's toast. It's on the sidewalk down below.
You see it?
Yeah, it's down there. I had never had a bird commit suicide in my studio while I'm on the air.
I have audio of that happening to me.
You do?
It's somewhere.
Is it from this studio?
It is from this studio.
It is.
Yeah, and it had to have been, 15 years ago in afternoons.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
we were in the middle of a segment, and we heard the largest crash.
Smack.
And it was not a small bird that hit the window.
No, this is a big pigeon.
But I do remember that for, a while you could see some of the feathers that were left on the window.
Yeah. The wind has just blown them off, but you can still see like the
it's
slobber
unbelievable.
mark.
Yeah, it's happened. That's probably the second time in how long that it's happened.
Here?
Yeah.
Wow.
Did the audience hear it is my question, because when we were on the air, it was loud and we
could hear it, yeah.
talked about it for 5 minutes.
Well, I think that's...
This probably has a witness. Is the first for all of them here. The one yours hit was louder. Gatos, the one that hit earlier.
It was louder.
But
Yours
this one
was.
You remember,
shook
Pablo?
The building. I do remember. That's why I said. So the one that when hit on Gatos' show was definitely louder.
Okay.
And it left like its own sponge.
Well, it's got like a smear out here. Yeah.
But this one, Gatos, it shook the building.
No way.
Yes. It literally
because
shook.
Pablo said, no, it was big. He said it was big, whatever it was.
Oh, my
Somebody
gosh.
ran into the wall downstairs.
I thought maybe a car crash on there. Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I want to hear it on replay. I want to hear it.
I think he's trying to pull the audio right now to see if we can find it.
All right. Well, the next time I'm in, I'll try and pull the audio from when it happened.
I'd love to hear
I've got
that.
it somewhere.
That's crazy.
But Chris,
Isn't that
don't you guys think that maybe, and we don't have any control over this, that maybe whoever does the windows for this building deserves a raise? Because this bird was like, no problem here.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, the thing is, if I had noticed it, I could have brought it up during the commercial for advanced window products and been like, if that bird had gotten through, your windows would be warranted.
That's right.
You know?
I didn't put two and two together.
That's what I would have done.
That's funny.
Oh.
Yeah, I wonder if everybody heard it, because I know that everybody heard it when it happened to us.
They heard this crash. They're like, what is that? Yeah. Oh, that's wild.
A bird hit a window. It's not as good as the Jeff Munn call of Randy Johnson in spring training, throwing a pitch that hit a bird.
Yeah. Seagull, right?
I don't remember, but that bird was dead.
The big unit took out the big bird or something.
It
I
sure
don't remember.
did.
Just feathers everywhere. When I saw that.
It was amazing.
Have you ever seen the Northern Lights? Because I guess they're going to be back. I haven't either. And well, I take that back. I did see them one time when I was younger, and they weren't real clear. But I grew up in Northern Michigan. You'd think that would happen. It feels like every time we turn around, we're getting more stories of the Northern Lights again. The Northern Lights, like the last month, it's been all Northern Lights. It's probably this 3-eye atlas that's coming here. It's probably the aliens doing things to us.
Yeah.
But I guess tonight we can do the Northern Lights again.
We're going to see it?
Well, I don't know if it's going to get all this far, but they say 15 states, so I guess it's probly the northern states. But remember, what is it, last week that they were seeing
A couple
them?
weeks, yeah. You can see it in Tucson and Fountain Hills, I think.
I'd rather see 3-Eye Atlas. Thing is
I
weird.
kind of figured that
so
would be
crazy.
Are you going to be disappointed if it's not aliens and all of a sudden it goes by and we go, oh, look, there, now it
I
does
might
look
be
like a
disappointed,
comet.
yeah. Yeah. I think it has windows, though.
You think for birds to hit? Or
No, just windows.
Just windows.
Those little aliens are
Just
looking out at
peeking
us.
out.
Yeah. I think so.
Space observatory for the aliens. You've got a big guest going on tonight.
We got the Outspoken exclusive with Katie Hobbs. The governor joins us every 2 weeks. So talk to the governor, something that KTAR has done for decades.
Yeah.
So we're going to ask about Senator Kelly. We're going to ask about Trump and hanging, and we're going to talk about the FBI now wants to talk to all of the representatives who were in the video and where she stands on that, and what's the biggest thing for Arizona in 2026?
Oh, that's a tough question.
What is the one thing that she's going to concentrate on in 2026?
Well, what's the biggest thing, and what she's going to concentrate on might be two different things.
It could be.
Yeah. So that's really interesting. All right. Should 5:30?
5:30 sharp.
Okay.
Right on the nose.
Right on the nose. All right. Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Starts here at 4. The governor joins them at 5:30. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. Anything to add?
No.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe with Steve's show, KTAR News.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get a list of the items to donate and where to drop them off for UMOM. If you can give, we need you. Now. Outspoken for Families in Need, benefiting UMOM. Text CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-666-9943 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-666-9943 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/125.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get more information about how you can support Arizona families with UMOM, providing resources, direction, meals, and a place to sleep for thousands of Arizonans each year. Text the word CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top news stories. Arizona's breaking news and traffic leader with Arizona's largest radio news team. KTAR News on 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Pentagon investigating U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after he told military members they don't have to follow illegal orders. KTAR's political analyst Mike O'Neill says Kelly's the wrong target for this.
This is a career military guy who's an astronaut who, if anybody is an unimpeachable source on something like this, it's somebody like him.
O'Neill adds that Kelly's honoring the code of military justice by not obeying an illegal order, no matter who it comes from. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will join KTAR this afternoon at 5:30 for her exclusive interview on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. You can watch the in-studio interview on KTAR's YouTube page. The Arizona Department of Economic Security's backlog for unemployment claims extends back to November of last year. This is according to our news partners at ABC 15. The agency is also processing around 10,000 unemployment appeals, which is when a person seeking benefits is denied and disagrees with the decision. In a statement, the department has said federal funding cuts have hampered its ability to manage its workload.
Eyes on Education.
The U.S. Department of Education is making some big changes, and those will have a ripple effect here in Arizona.
In an announcement last week, the U.S. Department of Education announced it would be shifting some of its programs to other federal departments, including moving Title I and English language grants to the Department of Labor and moving the Office of Indian Education to the Department of the Interior. State Superintendent Tom Horn tells the Mike Broomhead Show there will be some adjustments made.
One of the things that I got a lot of questions about was, could we handle special ed at the federal level? And the answer is yes. We monitor the schools. They monitor us. That's two agencies doing what one agency can do.
Horn added certain education civil rights responsibilities may have to be moved to the Attorney General or County Attorney's office. This is a step in the Trump administration's plan to shut down the Department of Education. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more education solutions stories, just go to ktar.com/education. Elections in Maricopa County held earlier this month saw an increase in the number of rejected ballots at nearly 6,000. County Board of Supervisors Chair Thomas Galvin tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's worried the increase means legitimate votes aren't being counted.
What we want to do is make sure that everyone who votes, every valid voter, sees their vote count.
The increase in rejections comes as the county recorder's office, run by Recorder Justin Heap, implemented a new system to verify signatures. Galvin says the county board's working with Heap to answer questions about the change. More delayed economic data was released today following the government shutdown. Retail sales were up 0.2% in September, and that's below expectations.
When you dig a little deeper into this September retail sales report, you see the things that we were not buying a lot of, and those were tariff-sensitive categories, things like electronics, clothing, even automobiles. That's also because I think a lot of folks rushed out to buy cars, especially those EVs over the summer before those rebates expired. Where did we boost our spending? Bars and restaurants and experiences. And time again, we're seeing that it's the higher income shoppers that are really saving the day here and driving sales higher.
That's ABC's Alexis Christoforous. Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia, who joins us live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left lane. State Route 51 southbound near 20th Street. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 83rd Avenue. In Avondale, we have a crash block in the left lane. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition ramp. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $69 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for a low temp around 51. We'll see clear skies, mostly sunny tomorrow and 77. Partly cloudy Thursday, Thanksgiving, and on Friday. Partly cloudy and mid-70s, so pretty nice day for Thanksgiving and Black Friday shopping. It's 74 in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 1.
Oh, I got to tell you, a lot of people will tell you hour number 1 is the best of the hours.
Hour number 2 at 5:30 on the nose. An Outspoken exclusive. We've got our chat with Governor Katie Hobbs. She comes in studio every 2 weeks. It's the Talk to the Governor segment, 5:30 sharp.
Speaking of talking, the talk for the last, seems like 5 days or so, has been comments made by, not just specifically, but Senator Mark Kelly and others in Congress regarding following illegal orders. They did a video, and it has started a entire back and forth, if you will, with charges of sedition and treason, and I think there was an insinuation of a hanging in there somewhere. we want to understand more about this, and I truly want to kind of get a sense of having never served, understanding how that process works, the orders and illegal orders. Joining us right now is Major General Mick McGuire, retired Air Force former commander, right, and candidate for Senate. Oh my God, that's absolutely right.
2022.
And you were the adjutant. Pronounce that word for me.
Adjutant General.
Adjutant. Adjutant
I told
General.
you it was adjutant.
You did not.
I did
of the
not.
Arizona National Guard. Thank you, sir, for being with us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Bruce.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to know if you think Senator Kelly made a mistake doing that video.
I do.
Really?
I do. You know, we were talking in the lead up here. Every single one of us that serves in the military, officer, warrant officer, enlisted, takes an oath of office or an oath of enlistment. That oath of office has the same first line. You're sworn to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The Constitution is represented, not the piece of paper. You know, Gatos, when you're deployed overseas, you're not thinking about some piece of paper, right? You're thinking about the people in the trenches with you, your brothers and sisters in arms, your families at home, and that's what it's about, protecting the rule of law and all the people that it represents, regardless of skin color, religious preference, political preference, it doesn't matter. So to tell officers from the bully pulpit in Arizona, as you know, 2022 was not that long ago. We had a period of time where we had, you know, the likes of Goldwater and McCain in the U.S. Senate, and now the senior statewide federally elected official is Mark Kelly, and that was just a few years ago. Right. Gallego has been elected since then. So I think it was a huge mistake for him to infer that something illegal is going on. Why would I state that water is wet to an entire professional officer corps in every service unless I thought it wasn't? And I immediately saw that and thought, what are we doing? Every one of these officers knows that every member of the military is required to follow legal, moral, and ethical orders. And if they believe they are not, there's a process by which they can challenge that through the chain of command. But under civilian control of the military, you elect a federal commander-in-chief every 4 years, and in Arizona, you elect our state commander-in-chief every 4 years as well.
The governor.
The governor,
of, yeah.
right.
But if it was a bad idea, in your opinion, like, okay, how did Trump handle it then? We're talking about hanging somebody. We talked, the Pentagon wants to court-martial Senator Kelly. We got the FBI is involved now. They want to talk to everybody who was in the video. I mean, he's not going to get court-martialed. That's silly, right?
Well, I mean, there's certainly a process by which he's afforded due process. I am familiar with the process of recalling people to active component. Typically, I've always been familiar with that happening when I was commanding general of the Guard here in Arizona. If we recalled someone to duty to prosecute them under a code of military justice, it was as a result of misconduct that we became aware of after they had left the service, but occurred while they were in service.
Got it.
In this particular case, he's now a senator. He takes an oath of office to be a U.S. senator.
Do you think he should be court-martialed for this?
I don't believe that that's a real thing relative to how it might play out. I would much prefer U.S. attorneys and the FBI to prosecute other things. But I do think that, unfortunately, like I said last night, it's a rookie error by Mark Kelly. He's an 06, a captain in the Navy, had a distinguished career, and now he's sullied his name by making the military partisan. People sometimes confuse the terms political with partisan. The military, by its very nature, is a political organization. It is how we extend the political will of the people by and through elections of representatives, senators, the president, governors, local elected officials. But the problem is, once we do that, they are a nonpartisan organization. And when you have an all-partisan Democratic group coming off of what was a government shutdown, where I told you in the lead-up, I have never seen a government shutdown where the Republicans, quote, won. But they won this time. But they won because the Democrats broke ranks, right? And you're seeing it internally. And so almost immediately, within days of that happening, this video comes out. What's the reason for that? It's to immediately pull attention away from that and try to calcify the base around the idea that Trump is doing something illegal. Well, if he's doing something illegal, bring the evidence forward.
A little vague.
Yeah, certainly vague.
And we had Senator Gallego on yesterday, and he alluded to, and we followed up with it, and I don't think we got a lot of answers. He alluded to the fact that his office and other elected officials are hearing from active duty military concerned about illegal orders. Now, again, it's this nebulous they out there, some of these people, but no one can point to a specific instance.
Well, Bruce, let me share with you two things that I've heard from service members since this occurred, okay? The first one involves the idea that why are we casting this shadow of doubt about the loyalty of the military, right? Immediately, military members are offended that you think that I am not professional, not educated, not moral, not ethical in my execution of my duty.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, why would you say that? And the second piece is to go to your comment about the comment of sedition. Where does this land with free speech and the rest? So let me share a couple of vignettes with you that might help clarify. You both are in the media. I was a lieutenant during the Gulf War in '91. Was deployed for 7 months, was one of the first ones to return home, was interviewed by a local news station in Salt Lake City almost immediately upon return because we had 42 days of 24/7 CNN coverage of Baghdad and the activities there. You both remember
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
We go through the interview. What's it like? It's surreal. Do you see anybody get shot down? All the things that they would ask. The last question the woman asked me from the media, like you two, is she says, Lieutenant McGuire, do you believe that we should have driven all the way to Baghdad? I looked at her. I said, ma'am, I think you mistake who I am. So what do you mean? I said, I'm a lieutenant in the United States Air Force. I'm trained to employ lethal force and execute to the objective that I'm given by the politically elected leaders of this country. We were told to eject all the Kuwaitis from the contiguous borders of Kuwait, or the Iraqis from Kuwait. Yeah. That's it. Once it was done, we came home.
You did
if
your
you
job.
think we should, exactly.
Right.
So injecting the military into this immediately makes them a political football. The second piece is you ask about why is there confusion amongst, Gallego says people are confused. Go forward to 2010. I'm on my final deployment doing some activity in Afghanistan. A young airman asked me, he says, General McGuire, I was a colonel at the time, Colonel McGuire, when are we going to win the war on terror? I said, when the needle gets on E. And he looked at me and said, what do you mean? I said, do you have a car? I said, yeah. Does it have a fuel indicator? Yeah. When it gets on E, what happens? You're out of gas. You don't go anymore. And in my perspective, it was about resources, right? You're fighting a philosophical war trying to define an objective that really has no beginning or middle or end.
It's an ideology.
Right. And what that does to the individual soldier is they begin to question, why am I here? What am I doing this for? Fast forward to today. We're seeing activities with drug runners. Okay,
this is Venezuela.
Yeah, Venezuela, right here in our region. We have designated this an FTO, a foreign terrorist organization, no different than Al Qaeda or ISIS or any of the rest. So those same types of confusion creep in, and because it's happening literally right in your backyard in the Caribbean, what do you do, right? And I know that Senator Kelly knows this. I know he knows this, but he chose anyway to dive in. How President Trump reacts is how he typically reacts, as if you punch at him, he's going to punch back twice as hard. Do I condone that activity always? No, but he's the commander-in-chief, duly elected, and in 28, there'll be a next guy. And regardless of what party they're from, I'm counting on the military to always follow moral, legal, ethical orders.
How difficult is it for a rank and file, a soldier, an airman, or Marine? How difficult is it for them to refuse an order that they believe is illegal? It strikes me that it must be a really high bar.
Oh, it is. It is.
Like
I did
shoot into that.
It.
Oh, so you've done this. Please tell me that.
Oh, you know what?
Oh,
let's hold that thought.
Okay.
So you actually refused an illegal order.
I refused to follow an order that they said was legal that I knew was not.
Okay. Why don't let's push pause because I want to hear that story.
Major General Mick McGuire, U.S. Air Force Commander. You might remember was a candidate for Senate in studio with us. We're going to come back with that answer We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Just days after Ukraine and the U.S. tweaked a peace deal in Geneva, Russian forces hit Kyiv that killed at least 7 people. 22 missiles and more than 450 drones were launched toward Ukraine's capital. This is the Army Secretary Dan Driscoll is meeting with a Russian delegation in Abu Dhabi, and officials say they're optimistic about the chances of the war ending. Here's more now from ABC's Louis Martinez.
We know that the talks have been ongoing now. These were, by the way, remember, these are secret talks that were being carried out by the Army Secretary. After he left Geneva, he went to Abu Dhabi, met with the Russian delegation. We have not been told who are representatives on the Russian side. We do not know exactly how they are going to react to this. But the fact that these talks have been going on now for 2 days is indicative, I guess, of that optimism that you heard from the U.S. Army spokesman.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. It is time to check the road home this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Apache Junction, we still have that closure on the westbound lanes of the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon due to a law enforcement situation. No ETA on when that's going to be reopened, but again, that is the westbound lanes only. Eastbound lanes, you're all good to go. Phoenix with a crash block on the left lane. State Route 51 southbound near 20th Street. Looking to our surface streets, Peoria with the crash involving a motorcyclist. 83rd Avenue and Lone Cactus Drive. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools, crafting affordable luxury pools for 42 years. To the families who's trusted us, thank you. Visit Dolphin Pools US to visit your dream pool here. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
And a quick shout out to everyone listening in Avondale. What's up, Avondale and the Avondalians? Thank you guys so much for listening. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. In studio with us right now, if you're watching on YouTube, on the KTAR YouTube channel, why, that is Major General Mick McGuire, retired U.S. Air Force. Also, you might remember, a candidate for Senate, and used to be the boss here at Arizona National Guard. Oversaw that entire operation. Great to have you in here. We finished just before the break with you saying that you have been faced with the dilemma of receiving an order that you didn't believe was lawful or legal.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that instance, please?
Absolutely. It was the reason I ended up running for the U.S. Senate and retired from the Air Force.
Okay.
You all remember the incident on January 6th of 2021. And the media, the way it has been portrayed and covered, it makes it so confusing to the outsiders to understand what actually happened. But I'm certain you will all remember post-January 6th, the deployment of 26,000 National Guardsmen on the 15th of January, which is 2 divisions of soldiers in less than 2 weeks, to put a 7.5-mile perimeter around the people's house to protect it from the people that elected them. Okay? I was asked on the 9th of January to participate in a call within Chris Miller, the acting Secretary of Defense, and General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and was told that we were each to deploy a percentage of our guard to make out that 26,000.
The Arizona National Guard.
Right, all 50 states, 3 territories, and District of Columbia. I simply said that that is an order that cannot be delegated beyond the president. Do we have this in writing from President Trump? Like, don't have an opinion about whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And they said, no, you're going to do it under state active duty. And I said, well, I'm the advocate for both the federal and state authorizations of all of our soldiers in the state representing Governor Ducey, and sending Arizona Guardsmen under his command and control into the federal District of Columbia would be tantamount to a military invasion. I can't do that.
Wow.
And they said, well, General, what about if we put them in Title 32, which is it's all very wonky. There are three ways a guardsman can serve state active duty. You as state taxpayer pays for it. Title 32 is a federally funded program that the governors execute under state legal authorities. And then Title 10, which is the authority under which all active component members operate, and every guard and reserveman, every guardsman and every member of the reserve when they're mobilized for any kind of kinetic combat operation. I said the only way you can go into the District of Columbia with guardsmen from out of state is to put them under Title 10. You get me a deployment order signed by the president, I'll do it. Otherwise, no deal. And it had nothing to do with whether I liked Trump or I didn't like Trump.
You're following the law.
I'm just like the law.
What ended up happening?
I got called shortly thereafter about, can I get Governor Ducey's phone number? I said, absolutely. Here's his direct cell. Give him a call.
Right.
You know what he's going to say? He's going to say, if McGuire says it's not legal, we're not doing it.
So we didn't do it.
We didn't do it. And we were the only state that didn't do it. We're the only state in the union.
Did other states not do it?
49 out of 50 did it.
Could Governor Ducey have ordered this to happen?
Nope. He didn't have the authority.
He didn't have the authority.
As the governor of Arizona, if you take armed soldiers from your state and send them to New Mexico without the consent of New Mexico, state to state, that's an invasion.
Right.
But isn't that what's happening?
No, so now it gets even more confusing.
It does get confusing.
Right? So now Trump becomes a president. I'll give you two examples in the last 6 months.
You send the Texas National Guard to Illinois or whatever.
Correct. Or you send the Missouri Guard to Tennessee.
Okay.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
In Memphis, Tennessee, the governor is a Republican, and he has asked for assistance from the federal government for the crime problem in Memphis. When that happens, they deploy under an agreement on Title 32, no different than we've been doing the border mission in support of federal authorities since 2006.
Is that also like humanitarian missions when there's a hurricane or something?
Any
right?
type of invite from the governor.
Got it.
Okay, you go to Illinois without the consent of Governor Pritzker, or you go to an ICE facility or a federal courthouse in Portland without the governor's consent, you are going there in Title 10 with the direct authority of the president. You cannot enforce any laws in Oregon. You can only protect the federal property and the agents that are there. It's totally legal, but what gets conflated is whatever side decides they want to do it. In this particular case, we were being asked. I even said, and I have it memorialized, to the Secretary of Defense and the chairman and the chief of the National Guard Bureau, just turn Trump's Twitter back on January 11th and let him tweet, send the guard and I'll be there. But there was nothing. You remember, we shut down his Twitter and no one heard from him again until the 21st. You can't have that. Regardless of what you think of the individual, let's leave all the personalities out of it for a minute. That is not the rule of law. The rule of law is this is the duly elected president till the 21st. I took a load of blowback on my campaign 3 months later when I said I'm retiring. I don't want you to refer to me as general, to politicize this process. There's a bright line between those that are serving and those that are in the political process, and I would acknowledge Biden as the president because the Electoral College voted, and I used to take just pummelings at every event. Why do you call him President Biden? Why don't you call him all these other names they'd come up with?
Well, you served under President Obama and President Bush.
And I was commissioned with Reagan. I've been through it all.
You've been through them all, yeah.
So ultimately, that's how I look at it. And I made the decision at that point, when we talk about politicization of the military, was that too many of my colleagues were not thinking this all the way through. I made it very clear why I objected.
Yeah.
And they chose to say, well, someone promised that there's a piece of paper somewhere in D.C.
That's not good enough
that
for you,
says
right?
that's not good enough. You got to show me the order.
Really appreciate your insight into this and your firsthand knowledge of it. Outstanding. Yeah. Again, that is Major General Mick McGuire, retired from the Air Force, and you might remember as he say the word again, Adjutant
General.
Adjutant General.
One in every state.
Of the Arizona National Guard. We sincerely appreciate your time. Thank you for being so gracious with us.
Thank you. God bless you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you as well.
Yes,
Quick
sir.
check of the headlines on the way. He was on your side for 30 years, but now he's retiring. So who's going to be on my side now? Yeah. I'm talking to Gary Harper next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, you got a few more days in November. And what I want you to do is call my friends at Advanced Window Products. Their Black Friday sale is happening all this month. And here's what you get when you mention Gatos. You got to call before the end of November. When you purchase 10 windows or more, you'll receive their largest discount of the year, $3,500. Huge savings. Great opportunity for you to upgrade your home with their high-quality windows. You know, the windows that my wife and I have, we've talked about this for a while. We're finally getting them replaced by Advanced Window Products. The one window in our bedroom, you can't see through it. It's like there's like a different color. It's not like the glass has turned evil. I don't know how else I can't see through it. And we've got other windows like that. So I'm going to go with a company that's been around for 39 years. They're a local Arizona company, and they've been doing great custom vinyl replacement windows since 1986. So, again, the deal. Purchase 10 windows or more, largest discount, $3,500. AdvancedWindows.com. Go check them out, AdvancedWindows.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. It's the place I've trusted with my own estate plan, so I know how important this is, Stuart. So most people think trusts are just for the wealthy, but here in Arizona, definitely not the case, right?
That's right, Jim. And, look, without a trust, it's very likely that your estate is going to go through probate, which means that it's the courts that decide who gets your money. Oh. It's costly, it's public, and oftentimes super stressful for families. A trust keeps things private. It avoids delays, ensures the right people inherit your money, and we don't stop at one document. We create a full estate planning portfolio with wills, power of attorneys, healthcare directives, and living wills for end-of-life decisions.
The way my 10 and 12-year-old fight over everything, I can't imagine them fighting over my estate. So contact Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax and get a free portfolio review. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com. Tell them Jim Sharp sent you at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons.
Here we go.
Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year-end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price.
So you're thankful for refrigerant laws?
I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's Too Good to Talk
pause sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The U.S. Department of Education taking steps towards shutting down, moving multiple programs to other federal departments. And State Superintendent Tom Horn tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's in favor of giving educational control to the state, which places more responsibility on local school boards.
If parents are unhappy with the way money's being spent, they have to elect a different school board. And in fact, we have too many that are not academically oriented.
Title I, the Office of Indian Education and English Language Grants will all be shifted to other departments. To read more education solution stories, go to ktar.com/education. Are you hitting the road for Thanksgiving? It could be one of the busiest travel periods in more than a decade.
Julian Paredes, spokesperson for AAA, says it's best to get on the roads early in the morning the entire week of Thanksgiving because we should expect a record number of travelers.
Nationwide, about 82 million people are going to be traveling. Here in Arizona, about 1.7 million people are going on vacation. And the vast majority of people are going to be driving.
Paredes adds that apps like the AAA app can help you find the cheapest gas while you're on the road. Elizabeth Klein, KTAR News.
It's a White House tradition that dates back to President Harry Truman. President Trump today pardoned 2 turkeys ahead of Thanksgiving. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has more.
These turkeys are celebrities in the couple days that they're here in Washington. They get to stay at the very fancy Willard Hotel just a couple blocks away from the White House here. And then they come over here ahead of the big event in the Rose Garden. And Waddle actually made an appearance in the White House briefing room earlier today. There were dozens and dozens of reporters taking pictures of the turkey. Caroline Levitt asked it to make a couple comments. It gobbled. She said it was very on message.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Never want to hear that in the middle of the afternoon. We've got some troubles. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn, and you are correct. We never want to hear that. Apache Junction, we have a closure on both lanes on the westbound and eastbound lanes of the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Golden Canyon. No estimation on when that's going to be reopened, but if we have an update, make sure to keep it here. Again, closure on westbound and eastbound lanes of the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Golden Canyon. Next, Peoria, we have a debris spotted on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 303 northbound near Venencia Boulevard. This report is brought to you by the Valley Chevy Black Friday event going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, low temp around 51 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and 77. And for Thursday and Friday, our celebration days, Thanksgiving, partly cloudy and 76, and about the same on Friday, 75 for the high. It is 73 in Scottsdale right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Did St. Mary's Food Bank meet its goal? Did you help them get there? We get the update on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10:30.
Hey, coming up in almost exactly 1 hour, 5:30 on the dot. It's an outspoken exclusive. Talk to the governor. Governor Katie Hobbs will be in studio with us. 5:30 on the dot. Deal? Good.
Deal.
So he was on your side.
He was good, dude.
For 30 years, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, I called him on a few things, too.
Yeah, and now he's retiring. I'm very concerned who's going to be on my side now.
Right, exactly.
Joining us right now, the former host of On Your Side over at Arizona's Family, Gary Harper. Gary, thank you so much for making time for us today.
Guys, thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure to be on. And happy Thanksgiving coming up, too.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You've been a part of the Valley for so long. By the way, I love some of the video tributes to you that your compadres over at AZ Family did, because the videos of you back in the day, was it Texas, San Antonio?
Yeah, Lubbock, Texas.
Lubbock.
Via Grand Rapids.
I don't think I could pick you out of a lineup. I'm like, where did that guy come from?
Yeah, listen, I was sporting those suspenders.
Yeah.
I had a high bouffant haircut.
It was something else.
Listen, it was in style back then.
I'll take your word for it.
That was in the 80s, but yeah, how things changed. Now I'm a lot older and about 30 pounds heavier.
Here. Aren't we
I'm
all?
dealing with it.
Aren't we all?
Well, man, a lot of people called you and said, listen, I need you on my side. I'm getting ripped off.
Yeah.
How did this whole thing start? Because it really became a phenomenon. You did it for so long, so well.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, there's so many people out there who are getting taken advantage of. I've never seen a state like Arizona where there are so many people getting ripped off through the means of what I call fake contractors. They're simply unlicensed, and the only thing they're good at is coming in. They have a pencil over their ear. They walk around with a clipboard and a measuring tape on their hip, and they come in and whatever job you want, whether it's landscaping, putting up a block wall, they sell a good story. But of course, they always want money up front, and that's a huge red sign. So over the course of all these years that I've been doing this, I hope if anybody has learned anything, try not to give anything up front. And if you have to give something up front, let's just say you're putting up a block wall.
Yeah.
Drop the material first, at least, and then pay the guy a little bit. That way, at least if the guy's ghost you, at least you got something. But yeah, I've been a part of On Your Side, an AZ family for 28 years now. And I've been rocking such a good time. And my dad has always said, don't be the last one to leave the party. And I didn't want to be that guy who was just maybe too old to do the job, or just didn't have enough gas in the tank anymore. And I've been given a pretty good shot this whole time, and I just decided to hang up the mic and move on. But listen, my managers and my coworkers, they have been nothing but the best the entire time. And like you said, you brought up earlier, they gave me a hell of a send-off, every day showing different clips of me getting justice for our viewers. And I certainly appreciate them for doing that.
Gary Harper's joining us, host of On Your Side. Arizona's family did it for decades. Yeah. Recovering millions of dollars for viewers since you started it in 2003. I also watched you would drive out and confront some of these crooks. What? Give me a story.
Like the Mike Wallace thing. Yes.
Give me a story of where you went out and you tried to get these folks to speak, and then it got a little bit hairy.
Yeah, so the first one that comes to mind, which it could have went a little bit crazy, and I didn't know it at the time, but there was a warrant for this guy's arrest. He was a fake contractor. He was really good at putting in air conditioners, he claimed. And so he made off with thousands and thousands of dollars. Oh. And I sent him up. I called him, and I had an empty house with an address, of course. And I told him, I have an AC over here, and I need you to come over here and give me an estimate to either repair it or fix it. Little did he know that I had already talked to Phoenix PD, their warrant unit. And I showed a picture to them, and I said, here's the deal. They confirmed the warrant. I had already obtained the warrant number, and I gave it to them. They cleared him as far as, this guy is indeed wanted. And we will be there. I turned the corner, and there's my guy. He's pulling up to the empty house at the same time I'm pulling up. I get out with my photographer, who I've worked with for almost 30 years now, and I introduced myself. Of course, he knew exactly who I was, and he didn't know what to do. And I peppered him with questions. In the meantime, I'm looking around. I'm like, where are these cops?
Where are they?
Where is my so-called backup?
Backup
goes south. And at that time, I peppered him with probably about 3 minutes worth of questions. And then in the neighborhood I was in, all these unmarked cars started pulling out of driveways. The cops were there the entire time. And I never knew it. They came, put him in his bracelets, and he had a 9mm and some drugs on him. That guy went to prison.
Yeah. Again, we're talking to Gary Harper, host of On Your Side, Arizona's family.
I've never left the studio,
such
Bruce.
a long time.
I refuse to do it. Gary can do all that stuff.
He does it,
I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here in my cozy seat.
Hey, let me give you another one. Nobody knows about this one.
Please. This is good.
This one was crazy. Another fake contractor took over $100,000. And I tell you what, I was waiting for this guy. I was laying for this guy, trying to find him somewhere, anywhere I could. I find out that he is dropping or actually picking his kid up at the school. So I want to confront him before he picks up his kid, because I don't want his kid, finding out what a dirtbag this guy is. And so he gets out of his car and he goes into his back seat. I'm telling my photographer, okay, as soon as he comes to the front of the car, let's get out and jump this guy and see what he has to say. Well, he reaches into the back seat and he pulls out a little baby. And I'm like, now what do I do? Because I was after this guy for 6 weeks. So I figure it's not live, so I'll do my editing later on. I've got this guy in my grasp now, so let's see what happens. So I pepper him with questions. He didn't know what to do. He was walking back and forth. Long story short, he has the kid in his arms, and I have about maybe a foot between us. He drops to his knees with his baby and starts screaming that I assaulted and pushed him down.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and it was all on tape. It was a big to-do. The cops came. It was a big to-do, and all they had to do was look at the video. I mean, I was like this far from the guy.
Right.
But this is what these guys go to when they're trapped like a rat in a box like that.
They use their baby as a shield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gary, I have a question. And again, you mentioned earlier, there seems to be more of this type of fraud and preying upon people here. Why do you think that is? Is it the transient nature of Arizona? Is it our elderly population? Why do you think that we're such a hotbed for these ne'er-do-wells?
Great question. You brought up the senior citizens. I mean, we do have a lot of course, I mentioned Sun City. We know, the people, they're seniors that live there, and they come from obviously a different era, right? I mean, they come from trust, and a contract is a handshake. So that's a big target for these guys. But to answer your question even more thoroughly, I don't know. It's these contractors just insist that you pay them up front, and I don't know for the life of me why homeowners feel the need to hand over money as easily as they do. I mean, I always tell people the contractor knows where you live. If you don't pay him, I mean, he could put a lien on your house. He can come back, God forbid, he could harass you or whatever, but he knows where you live. He'll probably get his money. You don't know where he lives.
Interesting.
And once he has the money, he's gone.
Yeah.
Arizona, it's just, I don't know.
Too trusting.
Too trusting of a state. But you know what? God bless Arizona. I love it.
Well, got to tell you, we loved all the work you did. I know that there are countless people out there who are so thankful that you were on their side. And
Arizona loved you.
We will all miss you, Gary.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. You know what? My wife, it was funny because I was up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where I was an anchor reporter for about 5 years. And that's some of those older clips that you saw on the, But I'll never forget, we did not like it up there. It was lake effect snow. I had to shovel the driveway to get to work. I had to shovel the driveway to get in. And basically my wife's like, here's the United States. Here's a line. Anything below this line,
there you go.
Get me somewhere warm. And I couldn't pick a hotter state,
No.
Phoenix, Arizona. So here we are, been here 28 years, and now we're heading to a little beach town. Can't wait. In fact, I'm not going to show you my house right now because
it's a mess.
It's a mess. I hate living like this. I mean, we've got boxes. I hate this.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're got a little beach town. Can't wait to get there. I'm looking forward to it.
Happy retirement.
Congratulations.
Good for you.
You guys are the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That is Gary Harper, the former host.
Yeah.
I have to say, on your side, 28 years doing it here in the Valley
Terrific
for
job.
AC Family. Phenomenal job.
Outstanding.
And deserves to go out on his terms. Good for him, all right? Not everyone is going to be having a warm Thanksgiving meal with family.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to you about how you can help those in need. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
LundMortgage.com. I've been telling you about the Lund Mortgage team for decades. I've known these folks for decades. The house that I'm in, they helped me get into that house. They of course, got me pre-approved for a loan, got me the best rates and fees. They held our hand throughout the whole process. And 13 years later, my wife and we're just loving our home. Listen, home ownership, it can be tough at times. But if you look at the Valley right now, what we have is a buyer's market. We've got some homeowners that have lowered the price on their home, and they want to sell it to you. So in Arizona, you cannot put an offer in on a home unless you have a pre-approval letter. That comes from the Lund Mortgage team. All you have to do is call them, have a conversation, say you want to buy a house, 623-875-9940, LundMortgage.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust. is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-896-9597. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-896-9597. Call 480-896-9597.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Pentagon announced an investigation into Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly yesterday. KTAR political analyst Mike O'Neill says he thinks it will not actually result in any action.
I'd need a lot more than a quote-unquote investigation before I take this seriously.
O'Neill believes that Kelly's the wrong target for this and that he's actually honoring the Code of Military Justice by not obeying an illegal order. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will be joining KTAR this afternoon at 5:30 for her exclusive interview on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. And she'll talk about this Pentagon investigation into Arizona Senator Kelly. You can watch the in-studio interview on KTAR's YouTube page. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We have a closure this afternoon that we need to check out. Well, let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I wish I had some better news, but still, Apache Junction on a closure on both the westbound and eastbound lanes of the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Golden Canyon. Again, both westbound and eastbound lanes closed. Keep it here for an update. US 60 Superstition Freeway near Golden Canyon, westbound and eastbound lanes closed. Scottsdale with a crash block in the left lanes. Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Sharpeville Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near the I-17 transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get to grandma's on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
All right, we are outspoken for families in need this holiday season. Bruce and Gatos. So we're going to ask you to help us help some folks.
Yeah.
We're partnering with UMOM. UMOM is the first stop for a lot of women who are battered, homeless. They get out of, they're escaping, I should say, a relationship. They usually have a garbage bag, the big black garbage bag, and everything that they could grab is inside of it. And sometimes they don't have a car, sometimes they don't have $1 to their name, but they go to UMOM and they've got a safe place to sleep, and then they start to empower these women,
rebuild
get them
their
back
lives
on their feet. Yeah. So we've got a story from UMOM, and we're gonna. This is our goal for you to text the word CARE to 620. 620.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to help many of these women throughout the holiday. So, Bruce, what do you got?
I have the story of Felicia.
Let's hear it.
Felicia was homeless for 5.5 years.
Oh, gosh.
And decided, you know what? I need to make a change in my life. I need to make a change. She found out she was pregnant. I think that was the onus. That was the push. And thankfully, she got help and got on the list and made it for emergency shelter at UMOM. And that's just the beginning, okay? One of the great things is she got to bring her dog with her.
Yeah.
Her dog is a medical alert dog. She has some medical issues, and the dog can alert to these. Plus, I didn't know this, the dog's name is Streak. Streak. It reminds her to take her medicine. Pretty good, right?
Very important.
So she's got her baby, she's got her dog, and she had a case manager. Started working with her. Helped her get a job, right? Started her on the path. Worked with her, local resources, introducing her to others that could get her help and move her forward. You know, she said one of the most difficult things is accepting help. It can be very overwhelming.
Yeah.
But Felicia says, don't be scared to get help. There are people who actually care out there, and they will help. She has nothing but praise to offer you, Mom, and she is doing great. She is out on her own. She has got a job, and that temporary emergency shelter that UMOM provided her, the baby, and Streak the dog helped her set a baseline and build from there. And now she's a productive member of society. Good for her.
It's a great success story.
A success story.
There are many success stories over at UMOM, and that's why we partnered with them. So,
yes,
if that story inspired you, all you have to do is text the word CARE to 620-620. We'll send you a bounce back link. You'll click the link and you can see a place to donate. You can see some of the things that you can buy. I'll just say this. Let's say you buy some socks and you don't think that's a big deal. One of these moms is going to give one of their kids a pair of socks for Christmas, and it's going to keep their feet warm. And that is a heck of a gift when you have nothing.
When you got nothing.
Text the word CARE to 620-620. What are we doing to help the poor and the suffering? That's the question I want you to ask yourself this holiday season. What are we all doing?
And, you know, this is the time of year when we all think about helping others.
Yes.
I will tell you that people need help all year round. But this is when we think about it. This is the time to give. This is the time to help. And UMOM, we know, is an amazing place to start and does a great job of taking people in, making sure they're safe, they're healthy, teaching them job skills, and sending them on their way. Wonderful.
All right. Text the word care to 620 620. We are outspoken for families that need this holiday season, and we need your help. We've got Katie Hobbs, the governor of Arizona, coming up at 5:30 on the nose. Stick around.
That's right. It's the holiday season. We're coming up on the end of the year. Don't let another calendar year flip over without addressing retirement, without talking to someone about your plan, your strategy, that 401k, the IRA rollover you have. Don't let them just sit there, assuming things will turn out well. Sit down with the experts at Trajan Wealth, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, people that put your interests first, people that are there to answer your questions, educate. Listen, they're going to ask you some questions as well. Some you might not even thought of yet, right? Some you didn't know you needed to answer. Every day you're getting a little bit closer to retirement. Wouldn't you feel better if you knew there was a plan, you were working towards something, and somebody had their hands on the wheel with you? Exactly. That's Trajan Wealth. And you can give them a call. There's no obligation. It's 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews. Call 480-666-9943 now to schedule your free in-home consultation, or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-666-9943 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Whether you have a little or a lot of weight to lose, listen up. Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is having a huge holiday sale. I'm Jamie West, and now through December 12th, save $350. It's the lowest price of the year. Lose weight naturally and keep it off like I have thanks to the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss Metabolic Reset. It helps your body burn fat by restoring balance. No starving, sweating, or relying on risky shots. Give yourself the gift of a healthy, fit body and picture yourself wowing your friends and family over the holidays. And don't miss out on the lowest prices of the year, only through December 12th. Even if you don't want to start until the new year, you need to lock in your discount now. Schedule your free consultation today. You can do it in person or virtually and lock in the huge discount. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. As the FBI looks into Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly over comments he made last week telling U.S. troops they can defy illegal orders, former Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he thinks Kelly overstepped.
So I think it was a huge mistake for him to infer that something illegal is going on. Why would I state that water is wet to an entire professional officer corps in every service unless I thought it wasn't?
He doesn't think Kelly would be court-martialed or tried under military law, but calls the senator's comment a, quote, rookie error. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will join KTAR this afternoon at 5:30 for her exclusive interview on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. You can watch the in-studio interview on KTAR's YouTube page. The Arizona Department of Economic Security's backlog for unemployment claims extends back to November of last year, according to our news partners at ABC 15. The agency's also processing around 10,000 unemployment appeals, which is when a person seeking benefits is denied and disagrees with the decision. In a statement, the department has said federal funding cuts have hampered its ability to manage the workload.
Eyes on Education.
The U.S. Department of Education is taking steps toward shutting down, moving multiple programs to other federal departments. State Superintendent Tom Horn tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's in favor of giving educational control to the state, which places more responsibility on local school boards.
If parents are unhappy with the way money is being spent, they have to elect a different school board. And in fact, we have too many that are not academically oriented.
Title I, the Office of Indian Education, and English language grants will all be shifted to other departments. You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. 1.7 million Arizonans are anticipated to travel for Thanksgiving this year, according to Julian Paredes, spokesperson for AAA. For those hitting the roads, Paredes has some advice.
The best time to be traveling this whole Thanksgiving week is going to be in the morning. It can kind of save you a little bit of your travel time and save on gas as well.
Paredes adds proper tire inflation and going the speed limit can also help with your fuel economy. 20% of Chandler drownings happen in the winter months, according to the police department data. Ryan Cody with Chandler PD reminds parents to stay vigilant whenever kids are around bodies of water.
But the fact remains that there's the same number of pools, lakes, canals in the city of Chandler now as there were in the middle of July.
KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. You can learn more at KTAR.com/water safety. Also, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has located the body of a victim who was lost in floodwaters this weekend amid the flooding north of New River off I-17. While authorities have not identified the deceased, Sunday, the Sheriff's Office responded to 911 calls of vehicles swept away in floodwaters in that area. Multiple people were rescued, but one adult male was not.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
We've got a police investigation going on that shut down a freeway. Let's get more info now with Enrique in Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Apache Junction, we have a closure on the both westbound and eastbound lanes of the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon. No updates on an ETA when either of those are going to open up, so keep it here when we hear some more. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near the I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound transition ramp. Scottsdale with a crash block in the left lanes on Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Chaparral Road. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. No trust your estate could go through probate, meaning the courts decide who gets your money. Schedule your free full estate planning review at assetpreservationwealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low around 51 degrees, and then tomorrow up to 77. For Thanksgiving Thursday, partly cloudy and 76, and just about the same on Friday. It's 71 in Tempe right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Yes, a lot of people going to tell you. Hour number 2 is the best of the hour.
Outspoken exclusive Talk to the Governor segment coming up in 25 minutes on the nose. We will talk to Governor Katie Hobbs, see what she thinks of the spat between Senator Kelly and President Trump. So be here for that. 5:30 on the nose.
On the nose.
Governor Hobbs. And you can watch it on our YouTube channel, the KTAR YouTube channel. She'll be here in studio.
Yeah, which we're on live right now.
I already know that.
Okay. Well, I was saying.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Well, I wasn't talking to you specifically. I'm guessing most of you already done your Thanksgiving meal shopping, right?
My wife got the bird and everything. Yep. I helped her bring all the stuff in because I'm not allowed to go shopping. I take too long.
Well,
I'm a drag on it.
You buy things you shouldn't buy.
Yeah. So my job is to help her get stuff out of the trunk.
You take it out of the car, put it in the house.
Yeah.
It's a skill and it's necessary.
I'm a husband.
Yeah, that's what you do. You're a giver. But it seems that most people are agreeing that it certainly costs more. The Thanksgiving meal is costing more. Even starting with the turkey? Are turkeys more expensive?
24% up.
Really?
Yeah. Nothing is down. Nothing is less expensive. Name one thing that you go buy that's less expensive
I think gas
now.
is down a little bit.
Really?
A little bit.
A little? Is there?
Yeah.
Okay.
It bounces
Anything
around.
else? Yeah, it bounces around.
Yeah.
Nothing is more. Nothing's more affordable these days. Not a single thing.
Yeah.
So the turkey is up 24%. Beautiful.
I wonder why that is. Are we importing turkeys?
I don't know.
I thought we had turkeys here.
It's probably less expensive to do that than go buy beef these days.
Oh, my God.
Goodness gracious.
It's a good thing that the Thanksgiving meal doesn't involve steak.
Doesn't involve any type of beef.
Because that is decidedly through the roof. That I can acknowledge.
Becky Lynn, are you throwing Thanksgiving?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm so happy. I'm in charge of stuffing / dressing, sweet potatoes.
Oh, wow. So,
okay, hold on. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, I thought you were just bringing one side dish.
No, and some vegetables.
All
So
right.
yeah, I have to bring 3 things, but
And
I
it
do not
costs
have to do
pretty penny,
the bird.
I'm sure.
Yeah, all of it costs a lot.
I didn't ask
yeah.
my wife about the bird. I just didn't think to ask, but it is up 24%. The turkey's up 24%.
I think that maybe the sticker shock going on with that, plus what Black Friday is literally a couple days away. Cyber Monday, although those they don't mean anything anymore, right? It's been like Black Friday for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, that's how the stores get you in. Hey, we'll do Black Friday and we'll give you the deal that we used to give on a Friday, but we'll just do it for the month, and it's smart.
Do you remember? Yeah, well, that's if you believe that. Do you remember the good old days when people would camp out on Friday?
That's not a good old day.
And we would have riots over TVs and toaster ovens.
We would trample people.
Those were the good old days.
Those were not the good old days.
Those were deals.
Okay, I'm going to say this. It might be a little controversial. I might want to go back to those days.
Yeah.
If we go back to the prices then,
If you can have the prices from back then, I'll go ahead and elbow a grandmother out of the way for a air fryer.
What are you going to do, right?
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
American families this year, what are we doing? Are we answering phones on the air?
Apparently we are.
Goodness gracious. How long have you been doing this?
A couple weeks now.
Yeah. American families this year will be set back around $107 more than in 2024.
It seems like a heck of a jump. But we're seeing this nebulous term again, consumer confidence.
Yeah.
Starting to take another nosedive where people are not, again, feeling good about the economy, because that consumer confidence is all about like vibe.
Consumer confidence is, if I want to go and buy something, do I feel that right now that is an affordable thing for me to buy no matter what it is? And I'm sorry, but I can't find many people who think, yeah, things are affordable. Remember, and I'll say this, the word of the year will be affordability.
I think there's a
that
solid
is absolutely 100% going to be the word of the year. Is anything really affordable out there anymore? Everything costs more.
Well,
everything.
It's at its lowest level so far of the year since April. Consumer confidence.
That's brutal to have it now at this point.
Right when you get into what many people call the shopping season.
Yeah, so I wonder if people are going to shop. I mean, I think we're still going to. We're obviously still going to go out.
How about this? How many people are looking forward to Black Friday, not to buy Christmas presents, but to buy the necessities, to buy the things they need for their family?
Well, what's on sale on Black Friday? That's
but a lot of stores do sales in general. But
Right.
you see what I'm saying? Like, they're not going out to get by the way, we have enough flat screen TVs, okay?
Sure.
I'm telling you right now, we all have them.
So one for a penny is not a deal anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore. Let's put hamburger on sale on Black Friday. I don't need another flat screen.
Yeah.
Stop it with the flat screen sales.
Yeah, but that's how this economy runs. We buy that kind of stuff. And I'm just wondering if and Becky Lynn, you report on this every year. We always break records. Year after year. It doesn't even matter.
Like every year, we spend a little bit more than
for
before.
gifting and holiday spending overall.
I wonder if we don't do it this year.
I just wonder, right now, I don't even know. I haven't really, coupons are different anymore. You don't get the flyers and stuff. It's all online. I don't even know what the big deal is this year for Black Friday.
Mm-hmm.
What's the discount that everybody's going to be going for? I haven't heard of anything.
Yeah.
Are you talking about a specific item?
Yes. I mean, what kind of deals are people offering?
But that's
I don't
the thing.
know.
When everybody's having a sale, nobody's having a sale.
Exactly.
Right? When everybody's calling it Black Friday, nothing is Black Friday.
Right.
I think that's what we get to.
I think you're right.
I wonder if Americans are going to say, what do I really need this Christmas, and what do I not need? I would have spent this last year, but I'm not going to do it this year.
We're going to find out.
We are going to find out.
That could have a really big impact if people do cut back in any way, shape, or form. If they pare down their Christmas list, get a few down to just cut it off from there and go, people aren't going to get anything this year.
Yeah. Or are we going to see the rich spend as much as possible, and it kind of holds up the consumer confidence, holds up the economy once again, and people who are making less, are going to cut back.
One of the things that we've seen, which again, short term is okay, long term is not, is credit card debt is at all-time high. So people are financing. They're doing this, and now we're starting to see default on credit card payments and things. And we're getting into the time of year when people tend to kind of run the credit card up a little bit. We'll figure it out in January, right? Right?
Yep.
And I wonder how much of an impact that'll have if you're already at your credit card limit, because that's what it's taken you just to get to November. Well, you can't go out and just keep adding to it.
You can. It's not a good idea, but you can. But I mean, we've seen consumer confidence spiral. We've seen some of the job losses accelerate. Turkey is up. Didn't you say stuff was up for Christmas too? Wasn't there something that you had for Christmas that, like the things that were more expensive?
We'll
Did you have
that? Yeah.
Want to do that later?
Yeah.
Because that's interesting too. It's like, when do we get a break?
Well,
when are we getting that break?
Here's the bad story of this. Prices never go back down.
Yeah.
We get used to it at a certain price, and maybe it stops going up so quickly.
Right.
But then it kind of levels out, and we just go, okay, that's the price now. There isn't a lot of. Let me put it this way: if you are paying whatever the price is today, the store thinks you'll pay that price next week. Why would we lower that price? And so things like the tariffs, you could take the tariffs off. We haven't seen the prices come down. You got used to tariff price. Now they're just going to make more money on the product, even if there isn't a tariff on their end, because we've become accustomed to kind of the new normal. I mean, think about whatever it is, the can of soda or the bag of chips you get every day at the convenience store or whatever. The price goes up, and then it gets to it, and that just becomes, you're like, this used to cost 99 cents, now it's $2.99. Yeah.
Or like a cup of coffee is like $7 at Starbucks now if you want something that tastes pretty good. I'm like, no. I
2
don't think so.
burgers, 2 fries, 2 drinks at a drive-thru the other day.
Yeah. 2 burgers, 2 fries, 2 drinks. $25.
26.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, right after we ordered it, my husband goes, $26.
I'm just going to, I say it
Just
respectfully and nicely. It ain't coming back down.
No.
Prices don't go that direction.
They do. Coffee will go back down because the tariff is off on it. It's up 41%.
Well, we'll see if they start charging less for it.
Yeah.
You know, they're all making money off of it now. Like, get in cahoots with each other and go, you better not lower
You can try.
Yeah.
You can try.
All right.
Yeah, economy it's not like we're falling off a cliff, but it ain't good. And everybody feels it and everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And just because we're being told grocery prices are down doesn't mean we're stupid and believe it.
No, there's still some significant headwinds, might be a nice way to put it. Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Anthem. The Anthemians. Thank you guys so much for listening. Everyone in Anthem.
I roll.
You don't like Anthemians? What would you prefer?
I'd prefer you to toss the break.
Shout out to everyone in Anthem. Coming up next, another road rage incident and another one that turned deadly.
And we got Governor Hobbs on the way in 15 minutes.
You got it. All coming up right here, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Aquazona, Kinetico, the world's most efficient softener. Kinetico, you're going to need it. Listen, I always say this at this very time every single year. I am so glad I've got Aquazona Kinetico because we're having Thanksgiving at the house. And guess what? We don't have to go out and buy bottled water for 20 to 30 to 40 people. I know we have 1 million people coming over. So that's money that we save right there. Right there. We have a lot of family. They're all coming over, and we don't buy any bottled water. It makes our life easier. So think about getting an Aquazona Kinetico, the world's most efficient softener. Maybe you want to upgrade your old electric softener. Maybe you're considering water treatment for the first time. Well, Aquazona Kinetico can help. If you don't know what you need, call them, mention Gatos. They offer a free in-home water analysis. All right, 602-910-6570. You can visit aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Former Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly shouldn't have put out comments urging members of the military to not follow illegal orders. But McGuire doesn't think Senator Kelly will be punished under military law.
I don't believe that that's a real thing relative to how it might play out. I would much prefer U.S. attorneys and the FBI to prosecute other things. But I do think that, unfortunately, it's a rookie error by Mark Kelly.
McGuire believes Kelly's statements have tarnished the senator's military legacy. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will be joining Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos in just about 15 minutes for her exclusive interview. You can watch the in-studio interview on KTAR's YouTube page. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
A closure this afternoon. Let's get more on that and the other spots around town with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
That's right, Becky Lynn. Apache Junction, a closure on both the westbound and eastbound lanes of the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon. No ETA of when those are going to reopen. One last time, westbound and eastbound lanes of the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Golden Canyon. Phoenix with a crash on the right shoulder, Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, southbound near 59th Avenue. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Auto Nation Chevrolet in Mesa. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. You know what? This holiday season, we're making a difference. Outspoken for families in need coming up. Also, we're going to tell you some more stories about some of these people and why they deserve your help.
A lot of women out there need our help. They're escaping a battered relationship. They have nowhere to go, and we've partnered with you, Mom, and we're going to ask for your help.
Yeah. For information, you want to get ahead of things, just text the word CARE to 620-620. That's CARE to 620-620. A list of things we need, list of Walgreens near you you could drop stuff off at, and a way that you can donate. All right? That's CARE to 620-620. Stop me if you've heard this one before. We've had another road rage incident here in the Valley, and another one where somebody brought a gun to it. And this time, 2 people are dead. It all started Saturday afternoon. It's like 2 in the afternoon, okay? Seriously.
It's ridiculous.
Right?
Yeah.
And apparently, 19th and Baseline. 2 cars leaving a parking lot. Somebody honked a horn, you know what I'm saying? It didn't think they went quick enough or whatever it is. The 2 drivers get outside and start a fist fight.
Insane.
Okay? One of the guys has his family in the car, a woman and 2 children. The other guy by himself, I'm going to assume, is losing the fight, pulls out a gun, shoots and kills the man, and shoots into their car, striking and killing one of the children.
8 years old.
This is 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Father, 30 years old, dead. 8-year-old kid, dead.
Unreal.
All over an argument in the parking lot. And so, the one thing that I, well, there are a lot of things I take away from this story.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed that the one guy who, as you said, may have been losing the fight, he went back to his car to get the gun.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the question.
A crowded parking lot, by the way. They weren't the only car. This was a Lowe's.
Is the fight
parking
over?
lot.
Were you in danger at that very second? Was that person
right? If you could retreat to go get your gun,
yep,
you were not. Your
in
life
danger.
was not in danger.
Exactly. Now, that guy murdered 2 people.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the man who was killed. Why would you ever get out of your car when your wife and kids are in the car?
And have a brawl.
Why would you do that?
In the middle of the Lowe's parking lot.
Why would you do that? And I just want to be very, very clear. I started with a murderer.
Yeah.
Because I don't like to blame someone who's not here anymore. But why would you do that? It's that what that is not your job as a husband is to keep your wife and your kids safe. Getting out of a car and getting in a fight where you ended up losing your life
over
bad
somebody
move.
Honking their horn at you in the parking lot.
Horrible move.
It's one of those things, and I know we've said it, and it's not meant to sound trite or silly. In the state of Arizona, you should assume the other person has a gun.
I agree.
You should assume it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to honk you if you're ready to hit my car. And I'm sorry if you take it the wrong way. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to get out of a car. I don't care what you do, unless you hit me, and then we got to pull over. And you know what? I still might not get out. I might call the cops first, sit them up, wait in my car.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's gotten to the point where you honk a horn, and what does that mean?
It ends in a gunfight where an 8-year-old dies.
Oh gosh!
I mean, it's crazy.
It's insane,
and frustrating.
Stay in your car. How many times do we have to say this? We've had more people get shot and killed with kids in a car. Yeah. Don't get out of the car. Get over it. Somebody honked the horn. Oh, wah. Just move on with your life. My goodness.
Yeah. And again, sadly, 2 people lose their
horrible.
lives over
It's
it.
horrible.
Senseless. Absolutely senseless. It's an Outspoken exclusive. Talk to the governor. What does Governor Hobbs think of the spat between Senator Kelly and President Trump? We'll start off with that. It's up next. Governor Hobbs joins us in studio on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, we've got a lot of rain. We had a lot of rain. You got to get your roof checked. You could have a leak. Hey, get your roof checked for peace of mind, just so you know you don't have a leak. You delay that roof maintenance. You don't keep up with your appointments where, every so often you should absolutely get your roof checked. I want to send you over to America Roofing. Licensed, bonded, insured, family-owned and operated. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. The 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. There is no better roofing company in the entire state. They are number one, top-notch. No one even comes close. So here's the deal. If you get a leak, you call America Roofing. How about this? Before you get a leak, you should call America Roofing.
because they'll inspect your roof absolutely for free when you mention Gatos. All right? AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get a list of the items to donate and where to drop them off for UMOM. If you can give, we need you. Now, Outspoken for Families in Need, benefiting UMOM. Text CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get to grandma's on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Message and data rates may apply.
Imagine a moment your child's health is uncertain. For Cassidy's family, that moment came at birth when she was diagnosed with brittle bone disease.
When Cassidy was born with brittle bone disease, we struggled to find the expert care she needed.
Cassidy's fragile beginnings became an unbreakable spirit at Phoenix Children's. Create life-changing moments today. Give now, and thanks to Cornerstone Staffing, your gift will be matched. Text GIVE to 620-620 and donate today, because every moment counts.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor now.
And we are live exclusively with Governor Katie Hobbs, our Talk to the Governor segment. Live in studio. First off, happy Thanksgiving, Governor.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
We should get an early start on that.
Yep.
Well, it certainly seems to be the thing that a lot of folks are talking about. We already touched on it earlier on the show. The Pentagon has announced an investigation into Arizona's senior senator, Mark Kelly. Tell me where you come down on this, Governor, please.
I am not sure what the uproar is about. If you're not issuing illegal orders, I'm not sure why what he said is so bad. And Senator Kelly is someone who has served in the military. He has a lengthy military career where he flew many, many combat missions as a Navy pilot. He was an astronaut. In those roles, he swore an oath to the Constitution, as has every member of the armed forces. As a senator, he's sworn an oath to the Constitution. That is, he and his family have made so many sacrifices in service to our country. His wife was shot serving her constituents. And it's outrageous. And I don't know what all the uproar is about unless it's a distraction from the fact that people's prices keep going up. And that's really what I think the president should focus on, is making things more affordable, creating jobs, making life better for Americans.
I think Republicans are saying it insinuates that Trump is or may break the law. The one thing that the Democrats were, they were vague. They didn't specifically say this is what we think he's breaking the law on. And hey, if you're a service member, make sure you know that you can say,
don't do this.
I'm not going to do it. Does that make any sense? That they were so vague, and they also probably did it to certainly tweak the president.
Well, look, all of these service members that they were talking to have also sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. That is what their loyalty is to. And I think this was a reminder of that. Nobody said illegal orders are being issued. And again, if you're not doing that, then why are you worried about this?
Have you spoken to Senator Kelly?
I have.
What was the conversation about?
I mean, it was more over text. I just, signaled my support. It's unthinkable that this is going on right now.
Do you think that this stresses him out? Because I've seen him on some interviews, and he said, listen, I've had something blow up near my plane.
I've been shot at missiles.
But I've got to believe that, this is not an easy thing. This, I would assume, is
to have the president threaten to have you hung?
Yeah, I would think that would be stressful.
He didn't tell me that. What his words to me were, and he said this publicly, I'm not backing down. They're trying to intimidate me, and I'm not going to back down. And I applaud him for that.
Governor Hobbs is joining us in studio. You can watch it on our KTAR YouTube page. I told Meghan McCain this yesterday. She joins us Mondays at 5. I think what Trump has done is elevate Senator Kelly. If Senator Kelly wanted to run for president, okay, now he's taking on Trump. Do you think, and the Pentagon, and the FBI, by the way, they're talking about, bringing in all the people who were involved in the video to do an FBI sit-down interview. Do you think this elevates Senator Kelly, this fight with the president?
Well, look, if you're asking if I think he intended to do that, I can't speak to his intentions. I think that the president...
Kelly? I don't think Kelly intended to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
I do think the president gets distracted with the wrong things. And what I hear all the time from Arizonans is they want lower costs. They're not seeing that happen. He's engaging in a trade war that is creating uncertainty and higher prices for families and businesses and farmers and everyone. And he's not taking action to change that. And that's where his focus should be, and this is all a distraction.
But this is what happens with this White House. It's Epstein. It's, Trump has told us, well, grocery prices are down. We know that's BS. I shouldn't say that in front of a governor.
I don't know. I wonder when the last time was he bought eggs.
Right, and I think most presidents probably, don't
hang out in grocery stores.
Right.
Famous George Herbert Walker Bush, remember that? He
didn't know how the
had no idea.
The scanner worked, right?
Okay,
yeah,
so
I get it.
So let's turn the page on Kelly. Prices, Arizona, small businesses, and you're running for re-election.
Yeah.
So what are you hearing from the people, that are saying, hey, listen, our prices are outrageous. Everything is higher. What are they saying?
I hear that all the time. And I think, our economy in Arizona is doing better than a lot of other states. Moody just issued a report last week showing that nearly half of states are facing or in a recession, and Arizona is one of a few states that's still growing. So I'm taking action to make sure we stay in that position. But I also hear from people across the state that costs are too high. They're worried about uncertainty and chaos coming out of the White House that's contributing to that. So, we are facing headwinds from Washington that jeopardize our continued progress and moving forward. And I think I'm hearing that consistently across the state, and that's the kind of thing that I worry about.
Governor Hobbs, what are the industries that are growing? Where is the growth in Arizona coming from? I know we always hear about the chips and TSMC, for example. Where is that growth going to come from?
Well, certainly the high-tech manufacturing sector is driving a lot of the growth, helping create a lot of good-paying jobs in our state. We've seen, record-breaking investment from TSMC. But it's not just the big companies like TSMC. It's a lot of mid to smaller size companies along the supply chain that are moving here to be a part of the ecosystem we're building with chips and other high tech manufacturing. But we're also doing things to protect homegrown Arizona businesses like Axon, the bill we passed last session that will keep them here, keep their 5,000 plus jobs from going to Texas or Florida. Those are we've done a lot to diversify the economy. So we're not just service-based, building-based, tourism-based, but these high-tech sectors that are the economy of the future are going to continue to grow here.
Governor Katie Hobbs joining us in studio. I assume you have the State of the State in January.
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Number one issue for you, for the state in 2026?
Well, not a lot has. I think priorities are still the same around addressing housing affordability, lowering costs in general. You're going to hear a lot about healthcare because we're facing some uncertainty about healthcare. Hundreds of thousands of Arizonans losing their Medicaid, insurance rates skyrocketing on the marketplace because the subsidies weren't renewed. TBD if that happens or not. And just continuing to grow jobs and make sure that Arizona continues to be the best place to live, work, and raise a family. I've done a lot in all of those areas, but there's more to do. And, we're facing a challenging budget year because of the cuts from Washington, not just on healthcare, but across the board. And so we're going to have to make some tough choices around budgeting.
So you're saying that your expectation for 2026 is that the Arizona state budget is going to have to be cut in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing a lot of federal funding cut, whether it's universities, SNAP benefits, healthcare, just a lot of different ways.
Outspoken exclusive with Governor Katie Hobbs joins us every 2 weeks in studio for Talk to the Governor. We see a lot of the videos with ICE all over the country. Yeah. And some of it looks pretty bad. Mm-hmm. I'm sure that they're getting some bad people. Okay, I can acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But when they're dragging out somebody from a car and that person ends up being an American, why are we seeing that in Phoenix? We have not seen that here. Is there a reason for that?
When President Trump won the election, I went to the border. I highlighted the work we're doing on border security. I signaled my willingness to work with the federal government on border security, and we've done that. And since then, I announced Operation Desert Guardian, which is a statewide effort, intelligence-driven, focused on cartel activity. The federal government and Homeland Security are partnering with us on that. That is being proactive and focusing on the border security that Arizona needs. And, you know, you'd have to ask the president what his where he's targeting enforcement and why. But I can say that on border security, things are working well. And I think that's what the president ran on, and getting, you know, the worst of the worst out. This mass immigration enforcement that we're seeing, dragging people out that are contributing members of their communities, that are paying taxes, that aren't committing crimes, that's not making us safer. And I think that's not what people voted for.
You think ICE is out of control?
I think ICE is responding to the situation that they're in and taking orders from their leadership.
But do you think they're doing a good job, or are they out of control?
Well, I don't think that rounding up people that aren't committing crimes is making us safer.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is joining us on KTAR.
Yeah. Listen, we got to get into the important questions. So.
These are all important.
They're all important.
I got more.
Thanksgiving's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm underhanding it to you.
All right. Governor, you're at Thanksgiving dinner.
Yes.
And you are at the dining room table. And you're seated at a table with Biggs, Robeson, and Schweikert.
Oh, wow.
What's your icebreaker?
What is everybody thankful for?
Okay.
Okay.
What do you think they'd say?
That I have no idea.
No idea? Like, would you say, I'm going to stomp all three of you into the ground? Would you, like,
come
talk
on.
trash? Or I'm just wondering, or you guys are going to be, you play it nice. You guys are going to be tough. I know I'm going to have to take on one of the three of you guys.
You know, here's the question I have for all three of these folks running.
There we go.
Look, I am laser focused on what I'm hearing from Arizonans every day. I'm focused on delivering for Arizonans, whether it's housing affordability, securing our water, securing the border, lowering costs. And I have yet to hear an idea from any of them about how we do that, how we continue moving forward and implement that agenda, which is what I hear from Arizonans that they want. And what I hear from them is defending the tariffs, defending the Medicaid cuts, all things that are going to hurt Arizonans. And I want to hear what their plan is for Arizonans, and I haven't heard that.
Yeah, there's a new poll out that says Andy Biggs leads the gubernatorial field, 50% support. This is a survey of Arizona Republican primary voters. So Andy Biggs, 50%, followed by Karen Taylor Robeson, 17%, and Schweikert at 8%. Is Schweikert going to be in this race at the end, or is he going to fizzle out?
Well, has he already fizzled out, maybe?
At 8%, it's not very good yet, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, I think he was facing a losing prospect of not being able to win re-election, and maybe decided this was
his house seat.
a less embarrassing way to go out. But yeah, I don't think he breaks double digits.
Interesting. Governor Katie Hobbs in studio. Let me go to something serious. Department of Child Safety.
Yes.
Is there an update? We usually, when you come in, we always ask for an update.
Yeah.
We had a horrible year. 3 children tortured and murdered. Big changes need to happen. We all know that. You haven't been able to give us much of anything with new information. Do you have anything for us today?
Yeah. So what I can tell you is that DCS has concluded their internal review, and the review that was conducted is something that happens every time there's a significant incident, like Rebecca Baptiste's death, and it was across all the systems, and I think not surprisingly, there's a lot of turnover at DCS. There's, there's training issues. And so a lot of the things within the system that can be implemented to make improvements are already underway. There is an outside expert looking at how we assess for safety, which could have maybe changed things at the hotline, taking the calls. There are some external factors like mandatory reporters not providing enough complete information for them to, which I think was the case here. There are issues with how judges and the lawyers involved in these cases interact with DCS, and so working on improved communication and relationships there will be helpful. So those things are all underway already.
Will these be big changes? Do you think this is going to be a fundamental shift inside DCS? Because I think a lot of people looking at it from the outside say, this isn't just cutting it around the edges. We need some real change.
Yeah, no, I think that these are system-wide things that will improve response and treatment for across the board for folks who rely on DCS to protect the children who need it, and for folks that are in DCS care. And then I don't have specifics about potential legislative changes, but I know there have been productive conversations around some legislative changes that might need to happen as well.
Governor Hobbs, appreciate your time. Thank you for coming in again. Talk to the governor. We do it every couple of weeks, and Governor Hobbs, gracious with your time. We do appreciate it. And again, happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Happy
Thanksgiving, Governor.
All right. Speaking of Thanksgiving, there's a lot of folks out there who are struggling. A lot of folks out there who could use your help. We're going to give you an opportunity to help some of those people. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
I'm Enrique Garcia, now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. An update regarding the Apache Junction closure. The eastbound lanes are starting to see some movement. Westbound, it's still reported to be closed, and that's on the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Golden Canyon. No reports of when the westbound lanes will open, but it's good to see the eastbound lanes starting to have some movement. Phoenix with a crash involving a motorcyclist on 27th Avenue near the Loop 101 Agua Fria. This report is brought to you by Beatriz Campus. Kick off the holidays by joining us for a festive and fun holiday brunch Thursday, December 4th. For more info, text RSVP to 620-620. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
This Thanksgiving weekend in the Outdoor Living Hour, we're going to be talking about Arizona's majestic ironwood tree.
From there, we'll be talking to two of our favorite charities who we support all year long. St. Vincent de Paul and Habitat for Humanity will be in to update us.
Everyone knows aging in place can be challenging. At 10 o'clock, we'll talk about some solid solutions.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, Spruce and Gatos, we're back. Thanks to Governor Hobbs. In the last segment, we're going to talk about it a little bit in the 6 o'clock hour, but right now it's time to help some people.
Yeah. UMOM, we've partnered with for the second year in a row now.
We are outspoken for families in need this holiday season.
UMOM is Arizona's largest emergency family shelter, and I think that's an important distinction to make. This is not long-term. This is immediate. This is people in crisis. These are women trying to get away from abusive situations, trying to get off the street, a lot of times with children. And UMOM provides them a safe place to get their feet back on the ground and helps them move back into normal society.
Yeah, I think most of us are looking forward to Thursday. Plenty of food, family. We're going to watch football.
Yeah.
Right? The Amazon packages are already starting to come in for Christmas. We've already started to do that. These women, completely different situation. No home, probably the clothes on their back, and the kids, well, they got the one pair of socks because that's all they were wearing when they escaped the house. So let's give you a story of success.
Yeah.
From UMOM, and then we're going to ask you. We're going to ask you to dig deep and help. We're going to ask you to give generously.
I want to talk to you about Felicia. And I'm going to start with the good. Felicia told us, I signed the lease to my apartment today. And I'm so excited. It was a long, long journey. Don't be scared to ask for help. That was my problem. I didn't want to get help. I was always doing everything on my own. And for a long time, I was in my addiction and not having to worry about a little person. And I was living out of trash cans. I thought it was easier to be homeless. 5.5 years. 5.5 years Felicia spent homeless. And then she found out she was pregnant, and it was time to make a serious change. She needed to get away from the addiction. She got into a sobriety program. UMOM helped her with that.
Yeah.
Right? UMOM helped her get some job training, helped her get her first job. UMOM was there, not just for her and her baby, but she got to bring her dog as well. Her dog, which is a medical alert dog, and alerts to some of her medical issues as well. It's pretty amazing when you can see somebody come in, and the case managers at UMOM are amazing people. And, you know, they talked about Felicia and said, you're talking about somebody who was homeless for 5.5 years showing up on our doorstep. And to look at her today, look at her after just a few months, getting her life back in order, taking care of her baby, and being able to sign a lease and get her own apartment and move out the front door.
Amazing.
I mean, the transformation that happens at UMOM is absolutely amazing. And Felicia made this point. Don't be scared to get help. There are resources and people who actually care out there, and they will help. Felicia's case manager also says, you know what? She's shown that she's dedicated to this. She's doing great, and she's going to continue to do great. Congratulations to you, Felicia. Congratulations on that apartment.
Yeah, that's exciting.
But can you imagine her showing up on day one?
It was not good.
No, absolutely not good.
No, you're destroyed as a human being. You're a drug addict. You're with a child. You have no home. You have no money. You don't know what to do. And UMOM turns these women around and makes them self-sufficient.
Yeah.
So, listen. I mean, she was eating out of garbage cans.
Right.
We're all going to have a nice Thanksgiving, right? This is a woman who is on the streets. We're going to sleep in a nice warm bed tonight. Some women sleep in a car. It's horrible, but we can help them. And so we're outspoken for families in need. Here's where you come in.
Yeah.
Right now, you text the word CARE to 620-620. You can make a donation. Help women like this.
Like Felicia.
You can also look at a long list of things that these women need and their kids need. And you could go and purchase them like it was nothing. And you'll be helping, put some stuff under the tree that are absolute necessities. And the little one's going to have something to open. And it could be a pair of socks to keep his or her feet warm. I can't think of a better present.
Yeah. Every night, UMOM provides safe emergency shelter and services for roughly 700 people. Every night.
Yep.
And they need our help. And they need our help to move forward and get on with their lives. And I always say, become productive members of society again, which is what they want to do. And
Let's do
help.
something big this holiday season. Text the word CARE to 620-620, and let's be generous and let's love our neighbors.
Yeah, we're gonna when you text that, you're gonna get a list of items that you can donate, and we'll give you locations so you can drop things off. All right, again, CARE to 620-620. Is the war between Russia and Ukraine over? Is it over? We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. You're looking to transform your home? Do what I did. Hire Southwest Blinds and Shutters. We're talking custom blinds and shutters and shades made to fit your style. They're going to block the harsh sunlight, keep your home cooler. And they've got a great deal in November. All right? Let me tell you about it. It's the Buy More, Save More special with up to 30% off plus a free smart hub on select motorized shade purchases. By the way, the motorized shades are gorgeous. They work efficiently and seamlessly, and it's all off of your phone. Imagine going into the kitchen in the morning and you're brewing the coffee and you take your phone and up go the shades. Let some sunlight in. It's a beautiful thing. So all you have to do is hire my friends. Visit southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com. That's southwestblinds.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Protecting your estate with a living trust is the single most important thing you can do for the people you love. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, RJP Estate Planning is offering 65% off on a living trust for their Black Friday event. By getting a living trust now, you can ensure your legacy will be passed on exactly as you intended. Because if you don't have a living trust, everything you own, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could be tied up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could go to probate court.
Avoid probate and save 65% on your living trust. Call RJP Estate Planning at 480-896-9597. Their Black Friday event ends December 1st. Call 480-896-9597. Call 480-896-9597.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
I am not sure what the uproar is about.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs now chiming in on Senator Mark Kelly's message to U.S. troops, where he told them to not follow illegal orders. While it's caused scrutiny from President Trump, who said the comments were punishable by death, Governor Hobbs joined KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos today and says Kelly's comments aren't a big deal.
I don't know what all the uproar is about unless it's a distraction from the fact that people's prices keep going up.
She says President Trump should instead focus on keeping prices for Americans down, also defending Senator Kelly, saying his family has sacrificed a lot for the nation. Meanwhile, former Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos he thinks Kelly overstepped.
So I think it was a huge mistake for him to infer that something illegal is going on. Why would I state that water is wet to an entire professional officer corps in every service unless I thought it wasn't?
He doesn't think that Kelly would be court-martialed or tried under military law, but calls the senator's comment a, quote, rookie error.
Eyes on Education.
Changes are coming to Arizona's education system after a recent announcement.
The U.S. Department of Education announced it's beginning the process of returning education to the states, with programs like Title I and English language grants being shifted to other federal departments. State Schools Chief Tom Horn tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's in favor of the move.
We know a lot better how to do this work than the people in Washington. I have 600 employees who spend full time and have for many years in most cases with Arizona schools. We know Arizona schools.
Horn adds there will be adjustments made to Arizona's education system with more responsibility. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. Elections in Maricopa County held earlier this month saw an increase in the number of rejected ballots at nearly 6,000. County Board of Supervisors Chair Thomas Galvin tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's concerned the increase means legitimate votes aren't being counted.
What we want to do is make sure that everyone who votes, every valid voter, sees their vote count.
The increase in rejections comes as the county recorder's office, run by Recorder Justin Heap, implemented a new system to verify signatures. Galvin says the county board's working with Heap to answer questions about the change. More delayed economic data was released today following the government shutdown. Retail sales were up 0.2% in September, and that's below expectations.
When you dig a little deeper into this September retail sales report, you see the things that we were not buying a lot of, and those were tariff-sensitive categories, things like electronics, clothing, even automobiles. That's also because I think a lot of folks rushed out to buy cars, especially those EVs over the summer before those rebates expired. Where did we boost our spending? Bars and restaurants and experiences. And time again, we're seeing that it's the higher income shoppers that are really saving the day here and driving sales higher.
That's ABC's Alexis Christoforous. Decluttering? Well, you better look closely at all that junk you're about to toss.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
The hero faster than a speeding bullet, flying to the top of the list of most expensive comics. Lon Allen at Heritage Auction says an edition of Superman #1 from 1939 was recently found by a couple in California.
While they were cleaning out her mother's house, and it ended up being in unbelievable condition.
Thanks to being packed in a box and protected by piles of newspapers, at auction selling for over $9.1 million, the most ever for a comic book. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Turning to Wall Street today, the Dow was up 664 points, finishing out the day at 47,112. The S&P rose 60, the NASDAQ jumped 153. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
It's been trouble all day on the 60 closure. Let's check it out now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I got some slightly better news. Apache Junction, we are now seeing the eastbound lanes move, and the westbound lanes are still closed currently on the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon. Again, eastbound lanes are looking like they're moving. Westbound is still reportedly to be closed, and we have no ETA on when that will be open. Tempe with a crash block in the right lanes. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. Phoenix with a crash block in the left lane. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near the I-17. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's going to be a nice week. Clear tonight, low temp around 51. Tomorrow's high 77. For Thanksgiving, partly cloudy and 76, and just about the same on Friday. It's 68 currently in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Last hour of the show on a Tuesday.
A lot of people tell you last hour is the best of the hours.
We got like this hour and 3 more, and then we're done.
Before Thanksgiving, yes.
Maybe you have to come in on Thanksgiving, but I've been here 27 years. I don't do that anymore.
We don't work on Thanksgiving.
You're not working either?
Enough. No.
Oh, okay, that's good. Good. I'm glad you got it off, too.
I pushed hard, okay? Are we about to get a break in the Russia-Ukraine war? It's not 100% clear, so let's talk to somebody who knows, right? Joining us right now is Mike Lyons, retired Army Major and military analyst. Mike, thank you for spending time and appreciate your graciousness. Thank you.
Hey guys, great to be back with you.
So help me understand this a little. There's a peace deal on the table. Apparently, Ukraine has agreed to major parts of it, but where's Russia on this?
Yeah, highly complex. I don't see what's changed because any peace deal is a function of the battlefield math. And right now the battlefield math is still on the side of Russia. So there's no reason for them to do a deal. And what started out with a 28-point agreement, from my perspective, 28 points would never be agreed to on both sides. I heard it's down to 19. But at this point, from what I understand of the deal, it really just comes down to be a freeze, a place. And this is just this administration trying to get something done. The original deadline was this Thursday and Thanksgiving, but that doesn't look like that's going to happen as well. And we've seen this administration get out in front of its skis before on things like this. So they're trying to get some kind of agreement, bring Zelensky back to the White House, make things appear that there's an agreement, but there's a lot of devil in the details that still have to be fleshed out.
Mike Lyons joining us. Isn't it land? It's all about land. Isn't the off-ramp for Putin? We'll give you some land and you stop killing our people. Is that the only way to end this thing? Hasn't it always been the only way to end this thing?
Well, the thing about it is Trump feels no leverage in this deal. And that's why he told Zelensky 6 months ago that, you don't have the cards, right? And he's not been willing to put the leverage into Ukraine in order to gain Russia's attention. For example, we could send Tomahawk cruise missiles. We could up the Patriot missile defense platforms. We could tell Russia that NATO will provide a air defense umbrella over all of Ukraine. We could put a no-fly zone. That's kind of an act of war. That's probably a little bit too far. Okay. But the bottom line is the president hasn't increased the situation either from a leverage perspective, which is why nothing has really changed. But correct. And if they want land, they want the areas they have. But the deal that the Russians proposed is actually more than that. They want to control those entire counties, those oblasts. And it would mean Russia gaining territory that they haven't necessarily conquered. So what's that boundary look like? This is looking more like Korea. This is more like 1953. This armistice of two countries can't figure it out, and all these problems are going to get kicked down the road. The can's getting kicked down the road for what's the final boundary going to be, what the security force looks like. And so, Ukraine's not going to agree to anything that gives Russia a lot more interior lines. For example, they can mass troops. Because the Russian troops can't break through right now. That's the only leverage Ukraine has. They still can keep them at bay.
We're talking to Mike Lyons, retired Army major and military analyst. Mike, I guess my question to you would be, I have very little faith in Vladimir Putin being an honest broker or keeping his word. I have human history behind me on that. Why would, even if there was some agreement, why would Putin stop? What's in it for him, I guess, for lack of better terms?
Yeah, they've got to have victory in this. He has to declare victory, have it for his people. And he's worked very hard the past year. For example, their drone capability is now almost matches what Ukraine is doing on the ground. They're doing these things with fiber optic tethered drones that are impervious to electronic warfare, that have a both kinetic side, they blow stuff up, and then they also provide incredible satellite imagery that without having satellites, with the information they provide. So Russia, from my perspective, again, the battlefield math doesn't say that they should give this up. They can continue to grind Ukraine down. They can continue to fight this war of attrition as they throw more soldiers into the meat grinder. So I don't know what the deal is. Maybe it's the sanctions. Maybe the economic pressure is so much right now at home that he's got to do this deal, because that would be part of it. Sanctions would get lifted against Russia. Trump wants to get a deal done. That's what he wants to do. He got it in Gaza. He wants to get it done here. He wants to, he wants to go 8 for 8, whatever the expression he wants to use. And at this point, the question is whether or not he's going to do it at the expense of the Ukrainians.
Yeah, because Russia has more bodies. I mean, they just have so many more people, and Putin doesn't care if they live or they die. I mean, how long can Ukraine go? I mean,
how long can they last or hold out?
I mean, how many people do they still have fighting? I mean, it just seems like they've just been worn down.
And if we brought in some of the strategic weapons that Europe could provide, they could continue this forever in some ways.
Like a stalemate.
Yeah, it's a defense. You can fight the defense. The numbers used to be 3-1. You'd have to attack in a greater ratio of 3-1. Russia has had multiple opportunities to try to mass forces, use a combined arms, what we would fight this war with, bring helicopters, planes, engineering assets. They just haven't done that. They've just been incompetent at that. And they're just waiting for the Ukrainians to just say uncle, and that's it. But if the Europeans pour in military supplies, it's World War I in some ways, right? It's World War I because it's the trenches that have been built and the artillery that gets fired, 100,000 rounds a month getting fired at each other. It's insane when you think about it. But again, it's only going to get us to this 1953 Korean armistice solution.
Mike, I guess I have a broader question, and this is something that you certainly would understand more of. You talked about the drone technology, and I've seen a lot of these videos, probably like you have too, of just amazing things that these drones are able to do on both sides of it. Is Russia and to a certain extent Ukraine, there's no training like, when you're being shot at, I guess. Are they surpassing the United States in drone technology because they're actually using them in warfare?
Yeah, great question. I could tell you this, at the military academy at West Point, as well as all of our defense contractors, they are doing everything they can to keep up on the drone technology. In fact, it's going to have to be leapfrogged, right? It's not going to cut it just to be able to do what they're doing right now. They're going to have to employ more artificial intelligence, look at that for target selection, different types of drones that do different kinds of things. So that's a great thing that we've got to make sure that we stay over the horizon with right now. And I know we're working very hard on doing that. But both of those are in the fight, or in the hunt right now. They're in the middle of it. And so they have to react to what that situation is. They're full bore production here. Mm-hmm. The question is what we haven't seen, though. We haven't seen a drone swarm, really. We haven't seen certain things that have been imagined so far that I know some of our defense contractors are working on, frankly.
I'm going to finish on this, and I don't want to try to read too much between the lines. Are you in favor of more support for Ukraine to hold Russia off? Are you in favor of, I won't put words in your mouth. Like,
yeah, sure.
Where are you on this?
No, I'm at the point where the battlefield calculus has to change if we think Russia is going to negotiate a peace settlement that they're talking about, and it hasn't. So I do believe that the president has got to provide more Patriot missiles. Perhaps the Tomahawk cruise missiles will provide some more leverage. European nations agreeing to bring soldiers and put a security force in there once a peace is signed. The ultimate military solution would be a NATO-type air defense system where you brought U.S. ships that are in the Mediterranean as well as other European assets and helped Ukraine shoot those missiles out of the sky that they're coming in every night into Russian civilians' neighborhoods and things. So until Russia actually believes that they can't win militarily, I don't think they're going to stop. And it didn't happen until, for example, in Dayton and for Bosnia and Serbia, same thing that happened there. The other side didn't, once they finally knew that the U.S. was going to make sure that they couldn't win militarily, then they stopped. But Russia, I still don't think is there yet.
Appreciate your time today. Thank you so much. And by the way, happy Thanksgiving, sir.
Thanks, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to you and everybody.
That's Mike Lyons, retired Army major and military analyst, as a deal of some sort is on the table between Russia and Ukraine, but it's unclear. There's still details to be decided, and I guess both sides have to agree to it on some level.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I think Mike is the best, and he knows this stuff. Why would Putin stop? He doesn't care if his soldiers are killed, maimed. No. He doesn't care at all. He's just
he has an endless supply of bodies
people
to throw at it. Yeah.
So it's just like how long can Ukraine last without those Tomahawk missiles?
Without our help,
without NATO,
without Europe's help.
I mean, if you really want to fight the Russians, and no one really does,
I do.
Well, I get it, but would you put everybody from NATO and get in there and let's go?
Absolutely. I don't think Putin has the guts to take them all on.
Yeah,
he picks on Crimea. He picks on Ukraine.
Right.
He doesn't pick on France.
The problem is, if all the NATO countries go in, then is Putin going to ask all his friends to come in?
Yeah.
North Korea, and then it escalates.
Yeah, I get it.
And then you're looking at a world war.
We have a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, you've heard about the 12 Days of Christmas, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a song.
It is a song.
Yeah.
It's expensive if you were to go and buy it. We'll give you the numbers. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, so you got Thanksgiving on Thursday. And if you're having folks over to the house, here's a phone number you hopefully don't need, but you might need, okay? Howard Air and Plumbing, Uncle Hal comes over, destroys the toilet, right? You got an issue. No one can go to the bathroom now. Whatever he did in there, it's not good. You need a plumber. You call Howard Air and Plumbing. They work 365, right? Every day of the year. You can get them 24/7. So if you have a plumbing issue, I'll give you another plumbing issue. And Bruce was like, Uncle Hal, that's gross. Well, how about this, Bruce? Maybe you like this better. It's the day before Thanksgiving, and your garbage disposal starts to smell like garbage. What do? You're having people over. You call Howard Air and Plumbing. They'll come over, and they can either fix it, they can replace it. But you can't have that stench. Can't have it. So it's Howard Air and Plumbing. Make sure you got their number, 602-953-2766. 602, especially if you have an Uncle Hal. 602-953-2766, howardair.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
DCS has concluded their internal review.
Arizona Governor Hobbs says the Department of Child Safety has finished up an internal review after several deaths of Arizona girls who passed through the agency this year. The governor tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
There's a lot of turnover at DCS. There's training issues. And so a lot of the things within the system that can be implemented to make improvements are already underway.
She says an outside expert is assessing the department's safety guidelines. Hobbs also points to legal system challenges for DCS cases. She says changes underway now will improve DCS, but also says legislative changes may be needed. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
Far East Valley has had a closure just about all day. I think things may be starting to improve a little bit. Let's go to Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Yeah, it's been a long one for Apache Junction. We had a closure that was blocking both the eastbound and westbound lanes. Good news now, the eastbound lanes are starting to move. Westbound, we're still looking at it being closed, and that is at the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon. Again, eastbound is starting to move, westbound still closed. US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon. Tempe with a crash block in the right lane. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. A quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash, 24th Street and Roosevelt Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, I think we're all familiar with the 12 Days of Christmas, right? Talking about the song. But every year, there is an index. It's called the PNC Christmas Price Index, where they figure out how much that song would actually cost you.
Well, it's going to cost a lot more because everything costs a lot more this year.
Just about, yeah. I mean, let's be honest. The gold alone, 5 golden rings. I'm going to tell you right now, 32% more expensive this year, 5 golden rings, okay?
Gold is doing well.
Yeah, you're invested in gold. That's a good thing. If you're buying gold, good grief, right? Some things have gone up a lot. Obviously, the gold. Other things, okay. But overall, the 12 Days of Christmas this year will cost you about 4.5% more than it did last year.
Of course it did.
Which is about what we hear with everything, right? If you were talking about, like, overall, a partridge in a pear tree.
I don't know what that is.
A partridge is a bird.
Okay.
A pear tree is a tree that grows pears.
So it is what it is.
It's not a euphemism for something, no.
It is what it sounds like.
$420.
For what?
A partridge in a pear tree.
A bird and a pear tree cost how much?
$420. It's up 13%.
Okay.
2 turtle doves.
Becky Lynn, do you know what a turtle dove is?
Well, it's
a bird of some kind.
It's a type of dove.
There are a lot of birds in this song.
Yes, there are.
Doves, no change. Thankfully, inflation has not hit the dove world. $750 for 2 turtle doves.
Are those the things that they release at the weddings?
They are, and they're also, I do believe, they're just pigeons.
Oh,
no way.
Nice
I think it's a nice way. I think they're
dove
white.
like a non-judgmental way to call a pigeon a pigeon?
I think they're just,
okay, interesting.
I thought doves were, pigeons.
No, you can look it up. They're pretty sure.
3 French hens.
Oh,
See,
another
more
bird.
birds.
Yeah.
$346 for 3 of them. That's a
but
decent
you're gonna get
value
eggs,
for French hens,
probably, right?
Yeah.
Do we eat hens?
You can, or they can lay eggs, maybe.
Do they taste like chicken, basically?
4 calling birds.
More birds.
$600.
And they're loud.
Have we identified there's a lot of bleeping birds in this song? Okay.
Isn't there a geese coming up somewhere?
Hold on. Well, we got the 5 golden rings. I told you, up 32%. Those 5 golden rings are going to cost you
so far. That's the only thing I want.
$1,650.
That's the only thing I want.
6 geese a laying.
Oh, there you go.
No,
that's a goose, right?
Yes.
$930 for 6 geese. That actually sounds low for 6 geese.
In the movie, the Scrooge movie, didn't he tell little Timmy or something to go get a goose?
Christmas goose?
Christmas goose. So have you guys ever eaten a goose?
I have not.
No.
I don't think I've eaten a goose.
No.
Probably tastes like chicken.
Probably.
Now, this one, 7 swans a swim.
Another bird.
More birds.
Swans.
Can we stop for 1 second?
Be my guess.
I honest to God, I had no idea.
The whole song's about birds.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's just a lot of birds in this song. And I'm just going to say, if you were giving me the 12 Days of Christmas, like, I don't know, after the 4th day where you brought birds, I would stop you and go, is this all going to be about birds?
Right. Where are the 9 ladies dancing?
They're coming up.
They're coming up. So the 7 swans a swimming are going to cost you $13,000.
Oh.
Swans are not cheap.
No, they are not. And you got to have a place for them to swim, too.
We didn't get into that. 8 maids of milking.
I don't even want to go there.
I don't know how they came up with $58 for 8 maids of milking. Maybe that's what it costs you to pay 8 people to come and milk your cow. I don't know.
What do you think 8 maids of milking means, Becky Lynn?
That could be a euphemism, quite honestly. That may mean something.
All right, hold on.
Untoward.
I'm gonna.
You're gonna Google that?
Well, I think
Okay, I'll move on to 9 ladies dancing. And ladies dancing are more expensive. All performers are up 3.5%. 9 ladies dancing are going to cost you $8,800.
That's less than the swans.
It is less than swans.
Interesting. Okay.
10 lords a leaping,
which is also dancing.
$16,000 up 8%.
Wait, The ladies dancing was 8, and
Nine.
the Lord's 9, and the Lord's leaping is what?
16 grand.
Mm-mm.
Almost double the price.
No.
That's terrible. Lords.
We've got to fix that.
They
Well,
were
the others are ladies.
Yeah,
Lords
they're
and
maids
ladies.
milking. Maids. Ladies. 11 pipers piping.
Musicians.
It's going to cost you $3,700 to get
That's
11
too low.
pipers up
That
2%.
is way too low.
Does a piper
Get
down?
the union
Does a
in.
piper down.
play the bagpipe? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know if that's technically bagpipes.
I just kind of thought some kind of a...
Is it a person who always has a pipe?
And then 12 drummers drumming.
More musicians.
$4,100
Too
up
low. I'm
up
telling you,
2%.
the
You think
musicians
the
union.
drummers would cost you more?
I think they should.
$4,000 for 12 drummers?
Well, yeah.
I don't know what that works out per drummer, but I don't know. Doesn't this all depend on how long they have to drum for?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming it's 12 days.
Yeah. But they did take into account that all performers, the price of performers has increased this year. And so that's why you saw that. Obviously, the price of gold is up. But
that's the only good thing.
Amazingly enough, that, most birds cost the same. Now, the partridge didn't change in price. The pear tree is more expensive. Labor and fertilizer have driven up tree prices this year.
Interesting. But pears are delicious.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
So,
Not a pear guy.
Really?
No.
Well, that's what all told, the 12 days of Christmas, if you were to just run through that all.
5%.
$51,476 and a lot of birds.
I'd rather take a trip somewhere for that.
Speaking of birds, turkeys are up 24% this year.
There is that. Turkey. That was because of the bird flu, though. We lost a lot of turkeys because of a bird flu.
That's not what
That's
I thought.
right. Yeah.
What?
Are you just saying that because you're just throwing it out there?
No.
Do you have copious notes on it?
I can back that up with facts.
Is that so?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, there was a bird flu that attacked turkeys.
We'll see.
Yeah. Obviously, it didn't get into the partridges or some of the other birds. Hey, coming up next, we had a chance to talk to Governor Hobbs about an hour ago. If you missed any of that, we're going to replay you some of Governor Hobbs's comments as she joins us in studio every couple of weeks. Talk to the governor. It's up next. We're outspoken on KTAR.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
All right, if you have broken or missing teeth, make this the very last holiday that you actually have broken or missing teeth. Because here's what's going on in your life. You're going to go to Thanksgiving dinner and eat absolutely nothing. You can't chew the foods. You're not chewing the turkey meat. That's for sure. And so Dr. Joe, Aria Dental Implant Center, they want to help you. They're locally owned. They're proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. I have toured it. It is absolutely phenomenal. Everything is done right there. You're going to have brand new teeth at Aria. Dr. Joe's got decades of experience, thousands of smiles restored. You know, maybe you know of a family member or a friend who comes over for Thanksgiving, and you always notice they never eat anything. It's because they can't chew the food. Tell them about Aria, A-R-I-A. Tell them to go see my good friend Dr. Joe. Free consultation when you mention Gatos. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Jamie West here with Connie, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes Campus. What do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes Campus?
I can have continuity of care. I can have activities. I can do whatever I want. I can stay in. I can go out. It's just a really exciting place to be.
And this is the place you want to be.
I knew for years that I would be at Beatitudes.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
Nearly half of states are facing or in a recession, and Arizona is one of a few states that's still growing.
Arizona's economy is outperforming most states, says Governor Katie Hobbs in an exclusive interview with KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. But she also says many Arizonans continue to struggle under high prices, and she puts the blame on the federal government for that.
Costs are too high. They're worried about uncertainty and chaos coming out of the White House that's contributing to that. So we are facing headwinds from Washington that jeopardize our continued progress.
Hobbs says Arizona is shifting toward the economy of the future through advanced manufacturing, also saying President Trump needs to be more focused on lowering prices. Former Air Force Major General Mick McGuire tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly shouldn't have put out comments urging members of the military to not follow illegal orders. But McGuire doesn't think Senator Kelly will be punished under military law.
I don't believe that that's a real thing relative to how it might play out. I would much prefer U.S. attorneys and the FBI to prosecute other things. But I do think that, unfortunately, it's a rookie error by Mark Kelly.
McGuire believes Kelly's statements have tarnished the senator's military legacy. Weather playing a big part in today's travel, creating a few hiccups and some scary situations.
Turbulent weather causing some problems as two storm systems move through the country. The tower at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta.
The tower is evacuating. Everybody's hanging on the frequency on 19.3.
Briefly evacuated earlier this morning due to severe weather, according to the FAA.
Melissa Don, ABC News.
If you're driving to your Thanksgiving destination, Julian Paredes, spokesperson for AAA, says it's best to get on the road early in the morning to save on travel time, and adds properly inflating your tires and driving the speed limit can help you maximize your fuel economy. In sports, after announcing a rebrand, the Phoenix Mercury are now showing off some new uniforms. The white, purple, and orange jerseys pay homage to previous uniforms worn by the team in the past. a 30-season legacy as the Phoenix Mercury were one of the original WNBA teams. Arizona State Sun Devils quarterback Sam Levitt also seen at practice today for the first time since before he underwent a season-ending surgery from a foot injury. There was some talk of shopping the QB to other teams, but as of today, he remains engaged at ASU, even if he can't play. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A quick update regarding Apache Junction. Eastbound lanes are still moving. Westbound lanes are still closed, and that is at the US 60 Superstition Freeway near Gold Canyon. Again, eastbound lanes moving, westbound still closed. Goodyear with a crash on Loop 303 southbound near Thomas Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the right lanes. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. A quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 24th Street and Roosevelt Street. Phoenix again with a crash on 51st Avenue and Indian School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We are looking for a low overnight of 51 degrees. Tomorrow's high 77 and 76 with partly cloudy skies Thursday, and it should be just about the same for Friday. Currently in Chandler, it's 70 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Did St. Mary's Food Bank meet its goal? Did you help them get there? We get the update on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10:30.
Well, earlier today, an outspoken exclusive with Governor Katie Hobbs joins us every 2 weeks in studio. The Pentagon investigating Senator Kelly from here in Arizona over him telling military members, hey, you don't have to follow illegal orders. We asked Governor Hobbs, what do you make of the spat between Kelly and Trump? Here's what she said.
I am not sure what the uproar is about. If you're not issuing illegal orders, I'm not sure why what he said is so bad. And Senator Kelly is someone who has served in the military. He has a lengthy military career where he flew many combat missions as a Navy pilot. He was an astronaut. In those roles, he swore an oath to the Constitution, as has every member of the armed forces. As a senator, he's sworn an oath to the Constitution. He and his family have made so many sacrifices in service to our country. His wife was shot serving her constituents. And it's outrageous. And I don't know what all the uproar is about unless it's a distraction from the fact that people's prices keep going up. And that's really what I think the president should focus on, is making things more affordable, creating jobs, making life better for Americans.
I think Republicans are saying it insinuates that Trump is or may break the law. The one thing that the Democrats were, they were vague. They didn't specifically say this is what we think he's breaking the law on. And hey, if you're a service member, make sure you know that you can say,
don't do this.
I'm not going to do it. Does that make any sense? That they were so vague, and they also probably did it to certainly tweak the president.
Well, look, all of these service members that they were talking to have also sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. That is what their loyalty is to. And I think this was a reminder of that. Nobody said illegal orders are being issued. And again, if you're not doing that, then why are you worried about this?
Have you spoken to Senator Kelly?
I have.
What was the conversation about?
I mean, it was more over text. I just, signaled my support. It's unthinkable that this is going on right now.
Do you think that this stresses him out? Because I've seen him on some interviews, and he said, listen, I've had something blow up near my plane.
I've had missiles shot at me.
Missiles. But I've got to believe that, this is not an easy thing. This, I would assume, is
to have the president threaten to have you hung?
Yeah, I would think that would be stressful.
He didn't tell me that. What his words to me were, and he said this publicly, I'm not backing down. They're trying to intimidate me, and I'm not going to back down. And I applaud him for that.
Governor Hobbs is joining us in studio. You can watch it on our KTAR YouTube page. I told Meghan McCain this yesterday. She joins us Mondays at 5. I think what Trump has done is elevate Senator Kelly. If Senator Kelly wanted to run for president, Okay, now he's taking on Trump. Do you think, and the Pentagon, and the FBI, by the way, they're talking about, bringing in all the people who were involved in the video to do an FBI sit-down interview. Do you think this elevates Senator Kelly, this fight with the president?
Well, look, if you're asking if I think he intended to do that, I can't speak to his intentions. I think that the president...
Kelly? I don't think Kelly intended to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
I do think the president gets distracted with the wrong things. And what I hear all the time from Arizonans is they want lower costs. They're not seeing that happen. He's engaging in a trade war that is creating uncertainty and higher prices for families and businesses and farmers and everyone. And he's not taking action to change that. And that's where his focus should be. And this is all a distraction.
But this is what happens with this White House. It's Epstein. It's, Trump has told us, well, grocery prices are down. We know that's BS. I shouldn't say that in front of a governor.
I don't know. I wonder when the last time was he bought eggs.
Right, and I think most presidents probably, don't
hang out in grocery stores.
Right.
Famous George Herbert Walker Bush, remember that? He
didn't know how the scanner worked, right?
Okay,
yeah,
so
I get it.
So let's turn the page on Kelly. Prices, Arizona, small businesses, and you're running for re-election.
Yeah.
So what are you hearing from the people, that are saying, hey, listen, our prices are outrageous. Everything is higher. What are they saying?
I hear that all the time. And I think, our economy in Arizona is doing better than a lot of other states. Moody just issued a report last week showing that nearly half of states are facing or in a recession. And Arizona is one of a few states that's still growing. So I'm taking action to make sure we stay in that position. But I also hear from people across the state that costs are too high. They're worried about uncertainty and chaos coming out of the White House that's contributing to that. So, we are facing headwinds from Washington that jeopardize our continued progress and moving forward. And I think I'm hearing that consistently across the state, and that's the kind of thing that I worry about.
Governor Hobbs, what are the industries that are growing? Where is the growth in Arizona coming from? I know we always hear about the chips and TSMC, for example. Where is that growth going to come from?
Well, certainly the high-tech manufacturing sector is driving a lot of the growth, helping create a lot of good-paying jobs in our state. We've seen, record-breaking investment from TSMC, but it's not just the big companies like TSMC. It's a lot of mid to smaller size companies along the supply chain that are moving here to be a part of the ecosystem we're building with chips and other high-tech manufacturing. But we're also doing things to protect homegrown Arizona businesses like Axon, the bill we passed last session that will keep them here, keep their 5,000 plus jobs from going to Texas or Florida. We've done a lot to diversify the economy. So we're not just service-based, building-based, tourism-based, but these high-tech sectors that are the economy of the future are going to continue to grow here.
All right, that's Governor Katie Hobbs. Talk to the Governor segment, an outspoken exclusive. We've been doing Talk to the Governor for decades here at KTAR.
Serious question to you.
Yes.
Do people vote for governor based on the economy, or do they blame or credit a president more for that?
I think you blame or credit a president more. I think.
You see what I'm saying? Like people will say, well, I don't like the price of something. Do they think the governor can affect that more? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, chips coming into Arizona. When Ducey was the governor, we've got Waymo, we've got all these,
companies coming in.
And that's
hope
good.
Means jobs, higher wages,
right.
And you can afford whatever the price of stuff is.
Right. I mean, the governor signed something to keep the Diamondbacks here.
Yeah.
The governor signed something to keep Axon here, and then there was a fight. Jobs, man. You got to have big jobs in the state. That's what you want.
We, all right, check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us. And coming up next, another chance for you to help people who really need our help this time of year. We're going to be talking a little more about you, Mom. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, it's time to listen up. It's Mike Broomhead for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. But how do you know if it's the right time? Lund Mortgage will track the rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email them, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis. He's the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, and as both an estate planning and a financial client of Asset Preservation, I know fees come up a lot, Stuart. So what do people really need to understand about them?
Well, Jim, too often folks with $500,000 to $1 million saved focus on finding the cheapest advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost far more in missed tax and planning opportunities.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the ultra wealthy pay premium fees because they understand value. At Asset Preservation, we're fiduciaries. Our pricing is fair and transparent, and our focus is delivering real value. Comprehensive planning that protects families and builds wealth the right way.
Don't you want an advisor who wants to help you because they gain when you gain? Yes, you do. You want Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com to get your free portfolio review. Tell them Jim Sharp sent you at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News Flash.
6:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
I am not sure what the uproar is about.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is now chiming in on Senator Mark Kelly's message to U.S. troops, where he told them to not follow illegal orders. While it's caused scrutiny from President Trump, who said the comments were punishable by death, Governor Hobbs joined KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos today and said Kelly's comments aren't a big deal.
I don't know what all the uproar is about unless it's a distraction from the fact that people's prices keep going up.
She says President Trump should instead focus on keeping prices for Americans down. Also defending Senator Kelly, saying his family has sacrificed a lot for the nation. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check of traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear, we have a crash on the Loop 303 southbound near Thomas Road. Tempe with a crash block in the right lanes. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. And Phoenix again with a crash on the left lane. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near the I-17 transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, let's get that house painted before you have all your guests over for Christmas, okay? Maybe you're having a New Year's party. Choose the Arizona Painting Company. Exceptional customer service and integrity. They are not satisfied until you are satisfied. They're happy customers all over the valley. I'm one of them. They painted the inside of my home this summer, the outside of my home 2 summers ago, and the house looks amazing. They have caring and devoted house painting crews. And I want you just to think, you're going to have a lot of people over the next several weeks. You want to, impress your family, your friends. Maybe your mother-in-law comes over and she's like, your house looks crappy. Well, listen, get it painted. Then you won't have to hear from her. It's really very simple. You just call the Arizona Painting Company, mention Gatos. I'll tell you what, here's how to get a hold of them. Easiest way, I'll send you a phone number and a discount. Text the word paint to 620-620 and hire the Arizona Painting Company.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com. Let's see what we got. Well, this is outdated. We can't do it.
We can't?
Not really. I have to think through this better.
I would hope you would.
Anyway, what do you most want to hear Governor Hobbs discuss Tuesday at 5:30 on KTAR with Bruce at Gatos?
You mean an hour and a half ago?
Yeah.
Got it.
A, Senator Kelly Trump's story. B, Arizona's economy. C, what is their number one issue for the state heading into 2026? Or D, aliens and UFOs.
I still can guess, and I think people are going to say Arizona's economy. I still think that's at the top, but it'll be spread around a little. Arizona's economy, 48.
28.
No.
You know what the very last one was?
What?
Wasn't aliens and UFOs. It was the Kelly Trump story.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay,
I think
so
it's a distraction.
I don't know what's going on. Do people? Who knows? Do people care about the story? That's the
not
question.
Yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, some people were very upset about what Trump said. There were people that were upset about what Kelly said.
If he's brought before a court-martial, it'll become a bigger story. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it.
Trump threatens people all the time. He doesn't do anything about it. So
he fires a lot of people. Can't fire Kelly, but
can't fire.
All right.
We've talked a lot about UMOM, and we're going to continue to talk about an amazing organization. UMOM, the largest emergency family shelter, providing emergency shelter for up to 700 people a night. Think about that.
Yeah.
155 families, 130 single women, many of them looking to escape horrible situations. And we've heard the stories where they show up, on their front doorstep at UMOM with nowhere else to go.
And not much with them.
The clothes on their back in many cases, right?
Scared,
looking to rebuild
hungry,
their lives.
Yeah, cold, right.
And UMOM is not a long-term place. And they're very upfront about it. They're very clear about it. UMOM is temporary emergency shelter. You're going to be safe. You and your kids are going to be safe. You're going to have a roof over your head. We're going to make sure you're fed.
Yeah.
Everybody's got clothes. You know what I'm saying? We're going to take care of the necessities. And then we're going to get started. And we're going to get started on job training. We're going to get started on interview skills. We're going to get started on resume building so that you can go out and get a job and get your own place. Because the success of UMOM is when people move out. It's when they leave UMOM because they no longer need this temporary emergency shelter. They got their feet under them again.
Yeah. We're outspoken for families in need this holiday season. And, think about your family on Thanksgiving, and you're going to be eating wonderful food and being around people you love. And most likely these women are going to be all by themselves on Thursday. And that's a sad thing. Christmas is right around the corner. A lot of these single moms, obviously with kids, and they bring them to UMOM. There's not much to open up on Christmas Day, and that's sad too. So what we're asking is for you to give, for you to think about people who are less fortunate. Think about how blessed you are, and we've got a call to action. Text the word CARE to 620-620. And when you do that, we'll bounce you back a text. There's a place for you to donate to UMOM. There's also a place, it's very simple when you read this, it's all in the link, for you to pick out some items.
Yeah.
And we've got some items for kids. But, you know,
a lot of these are necessities. We're not talking about PlayStations, right?
Yeah, it's really interesting that you say that. We're not asking you to buy toys.
No.
They, you know, sure, they like a toy. You know what they need? Underwear. You know what they need? Socks. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Did you ever get underwear or socks for Christmas?
Horrible. I think I got socks once.
Well, that's what they want.
I was angry.
This is what they want.
I want a Nintendo.
I know. No chance for a Nintendo for a lot of these kids. So what they need is a sweater. What they need is a pair of shorts.
Yeah.
What they need is underwear and socks. And believe me, they're going to be thrilled with that as a gift for Christmas. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Where we would take that for granted in 5 seconds.
Exactly.
So text the word CARE to 620-620. Let's help you, Mom. We're outspoken for families in need, and we want to do something big to help the less fortunate and make sure that these women are not sleeping on the ground somewhere in the valley under a, whatever it is, an overpass.
And as I said, I really like the concept because I think I think a lot of people can get behind the idea that this is just about getting them back on their feet,
right?
So they can go back out and live normal lives and not need this kind of help temporarily.
Yeah.
Text the word CARE to 620-620. That's CARE to 620-620. We appreciate it. All right. Thank you guys for spending time with us today. Really appreciate it. We've got our, the First Lady of Outspoken. Look at that. Miss Jules, producing the show. We also have the Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn. All the news and information. And with all the traffic, especially out there in the East Valley. Sorry about that, guys. Enrique, don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Hey, it's Broomhead. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
You deserve a chair that works as hard as you do. X-Chair. X-Chair ergonomic seating is built to move with you. DVL technology adapts to support your lumbar. SiFloat Infinite Recline lets you lean back and relax. X-Chair gives you all-day comfort and productivity. Save up to 50% during the X-Chair holiday sale. But hurry, inventory is limited. Visit xchair.com and save up to 50% today. That's xchair.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation. Tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers, outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
Arizonans are facing some tough choices right now. Everything is more expensive. KTAR and Outspoken want to provide hope and help for those who need it. From now through December 5th, we're activating Outspoken for Families in Need, a collection drive for personal and household items benefiting UMOM New Day Centers. Text the word CARE to 620-620 and get more information about how you can support Arizona families with UMOM, providing resources, direction, meals, and a place to sleep for thousands of Arizonans each year. Text the word CARE to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News.